Well, hello, hello, hello. Here we go. Hello, hello. I am now live. I'm now running. And I'm now a year older. Time flies around this magical rock, doesn't it? Got ourselves another React stream going tonight. I'm pretty much enjoying these. It's different. I guess it's also content farming, because clip these out, make them ready to roll for a couple things, because, hey, you know, let's be like every other male VTuber and do a React stream, because that's the say-so thing, so you don't get your ass ran through by false allegations or dealing with just insane women. That's how we operate here. I like being my own little cozy corner, and I like just to talk about stuff, and frankly, I'm more of a talkative guy than I am a gamer. I like my chill games, but you know what? I'm not a loud ecstatic guy. I like having chat. I like having little chit-chats with chat, and, man, suppose I'm in a bit more of a chipper mood than usual. I'm going through and liquidating my collection of old cards, trading cards from when I was a kid, and making some money for that. Getting ready to move on with life a bit further. Found and have come across a treasure trove of service manuals for cars I need to work on. So now I have free full service manuals for engines and mechanical components, so I can finally put stuff back together. I've been promising myself for so long. You know, it only takes me to do it. And I feel like life's kind of just going up for me. In a way. It's not, I mean, we aren't really fully there yet. It's not like I'm where I want to be, but I guess finally, I'm finally having some momentum. You know, White Boy's getting a little bit of motion here. And I'm pretty happy. I don't know if I'll be doing anything else. I want to get through some videos today, for a while, but mainly, though, I want to get back to gaming. We're going to get back to Fuga sometime soon, but I primarily want to hop onto my summer car, because if I'm a car VTuber, well, I'm not doing car games, right? Or, you know, I'm a mechanic VTuber, so I'm not playing with cars, and I really should be doing that, right? Because you want a guy who actually knows his way around an engine bay to talk to you, rather than giggle and snicker to you about how cutesy it is to wonder what this component is. I mean, I can actually put back together an overhead valve engine, no problem. In fact, I fucking know what an overhead valve engine is. So I feel like something like my summer car would be a grandiose experience. I also want to do some truck simulator, because Euro Truck Simulator, because, you know, I feel like that would be a fun time to play. I definitely often wonder how it'd be like to hit the open road, but, you know, I'm not really one to do multiplayer games, but we're gonna have a fun little stream tonight. More React than anything else, but we're gonna be doing we're actually doing a very special video before we do the typical reaction, because it's a video that calls to my heritage, a heritage of Swedish alloy and superiority of engineering. 5 cylinders of fury, if you will. We're gonna be watching a video today to start it all off with about the Volvo 5 cylinders dominance in the British Touring Car Championship. That is a subject many people realize that Volvo at one point was a dominant figure in racing and motorsport. And to start off their dominance, coming after the hiatus off their success of the 240 Turbo in the early 80s, Volvo came back out with the 5-cylinder modular white block, and this time a naturally aspirated variant, only ever seen in the 850 BTCC cars, but a true spectacle of anything else. It really started my whole family of the T5s, a lineage that I quite enjoy myself. So we might be getting into that. First, I want to check around, see how everyone's doing here, see if there's anyone on... I mean, there's obviously no one watching right now. We're just starting. I would like to, if someone was here, I'd concurrently say to my viewers, say, you know, hey, or hey-o, say something to me. But it's obvious that I'm starting off pretty none and void today. That's okay, because I am a literal Who streamer. But yeah, let's just get started. I mean, what else we gotta do? Well, I mean, why waste more time when I can just hop right on it? So I guess what we'll be doing is we're gonna be switching over, and I will get started. Here we go, and bada bing, bada boom. And this one is a story of the Volvo 850 Touring Car Championship. I feel like this is something that I really have a good place to sit talking about, being a motorsports fanatic and a Volvo enthusiast. The king of the white blocks, if you will. True. Yeah. So that's the thing with Volvos that people, I guess, also don't realize, being an enthusiast for Volvos, not just a casual one. They're still fairly reliable, but the newer 4-cylinder design, I gotta remember what the name of the family is called. I actually worked on them at a dealership for a stint. But the new family doesn't have the same reliability, I would say. But Volvos are still pretty safe, leading the competition, of course, in safety, very much. But I will say that the 850, being called Nokia, is quite something to put out there, because Volvos for the longest time, before even then, were indestructible. And mechanically were sound and reliable cars. The reason why the 240s, the rear-wheel drive ones, have lasted for so long as they have, is that the red block was such a overbuilt and over-engineered motor using Swedish iron. And you gotta remember something about Sweden, is that their metallurgy is second to none. You want the premium of steel, iron, alloy, you go to Sweden. I don't care what anyone would say. Oh, fuck. Okay. Gonna restart this. Sorry. Today we're gonna be reacting to the Volvo 850 story. The story of the British Touring Car Championship and Volvo's return to it with the 850.
The Volvo 850. It was the automotive equivalent of a Nokia phone.
True.
Practical, safe, and virtually indestructible.
True. The Volvos, I mean, Volvo to this day, and I really, it's more of a Swedish automotive engineering. They took their safety extremely seriously, not just with Volvo. I mean, Volvo is some people forget Volvo was even Swedish to begin with. I've known way too many people who've said, oh, I thought that was German. I'm like, why would you say that? Of course, a lot of people are idiots. But Saab, for example, Saab was another great example. Now, while Saabs are really weird and strange looking, you know, being from a company that still builds airplanes, the Swedes take their safety very seriously. In fact, Volvo invented the 3-point seatbelt and got it when they made the patent for it. They then sold it and made an open free use patent so that every manufacturer could use it, insisting that no one should be priced out of safety. They also engineered multiple other safety constraints and components, including rearward-facing child seats and the earliest concept of backup cameras and early lane assist alert systems. A lot of stuff that we would take for granted now was pretty much pioneered and developed by Volvo. But Volvo, especially, was known for also their reliability. And the 240s, prior to the 850 family, because the 850 was the replacement for the 240, and would come with a new modular white block family. The 240s would choose the red block, and the reason why they're called the white and red block is that the new modular family was in a complete sheened aluminum alloy that looked white, as opposed to the red blocks, which were a cast iron design, engine block, and cylinder head, but they were painted red from factory. So they were called and dubbed the red blocks. And the reason why the red blocks are the typical B16s and B18, B20 motors, not to be confused with Honda's B series motors. The Volvo motors, the reason why those 4 cylinders are so stupidly powerful is that there's 2 reasons. One, they were from factory designed to be understrained and underpowered, only really getting the car to where it needs to go. Volvo was trying to sell on practicality and safety and performance. Despite the turbo models actually being able to put out high outputs of power, they still detune them from factory. But the main reason the 240s were so reliable and robust is that Sweden is practically second to none when it comes to metallurgy. And when it comes to them developing the engine block, Swedish iron and Swedish alloy is stupidly robust and strong. I mean, in fact, you can go get an engine block sleeved at a typical machine shop, and most machine shops that are equipped with tools with the equipment for it will sleeve a typical aluminum engine block. Maybe they'll even sleeve an iron block too. They won't touch Swedish ones. I got told you have to go to a place that has CNC milling machines, because even the aluminum alloy is so hard to cut through. We'll be here for days to do 1 cylinder. So if you wanted your work to be done, you have to get CNC milled, because that's just how strong the aluminum alloy is on these Swedish cars. And even the old iron blocks, even the iron's far more stronger. Like that's just Swedish iron right there. And the thing is, the 240s were extremely strong. And so when the 850 came along, which was now a front-wheel drive variant was now the new front-wheel drive successor to the 240, which was rear-wheel drive, the 850s were I guess by Volvo's term, advanced and sleek, but still pretty square, boring, robust. But they were second to none in safety. They have probably one of the highest safety ratings of all of cars of a car model of all time. Even during its time and era, their crash safety ratings are phenomenal. And I will say the 850s are quite a nice little car from a casual enthusiast. If you're not looking for any performance, an 850 is the way to go. And that 5-cylinder was the first 5 cylinders for Volvo's new family were placed in those motors, and the 5-cylinder would become a staple of Volvo for the longest time. In fact, it's still remembered. The 5-cylinder Volvos are still this day the tuning staple of the Volvo community. The 240s, yes, maybe grandfathered in, and have started a lot of it, but the 5-cylinders is what really took it to the next level.
It just turned on and worked.
Yeah.
The estate version was...
Now, some people, of course, will see this and go, "That's boring. That's an ugly car." Ugh. No, it's beautiful. And Volvo, especially around this time, we're going away from less drab colors. They were starting to bring out these beautiful Orinoco blues and aqua teals, passion red, different forms of. I mean, their color palettes were just stupendous. I've seen many of them. They're purples for the C70s to die for. They're far better than the Nissan Midnight Purple. They are to die for. Absolutely stupendous and gorgeous in their appearance. And I will say, what people don't realize is that from factory, Volvo has an in-house team that makes these wheels, that designs wheels from factory. And we don't just say, "Oh, they're these wheels from this car," or like they're like a BBS-based model. No, each wheel has a name to it, a actual title given to a wheel. There's Naus wheels. These are not Naus. I can't remember what these ones are, but there's Naus wheels, NAOS. There's Styx wheels. I actually have I have a 17-inch Styx for my winter wheel set. There are Canopus wheels, which are rally wheels, and they are gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous looking. But the classic, straightforward, easy best looking for tuner wheels and just for the sport models were the R-Design Pegasus wheels. They were 5-spoke wheels with an R engraved into the into the spoke that ran down by the air valve. And they are just gorgeous, especially when painted up with a nice light gray matte finish. They are beautiful wheels, and they go splendidly on these cars. They sit well and truly beautiful in these cars. I'd say definitely go look into that. Like, if you want good wheels, also the cool thing too is that almost from 1992 till now, all Volvo wheels are the same lug nut pattern, 5x108. So this lug nut pattern was also used by Ford for their C platform and World platforms like the Fusion and Focus and Escapes and Edges, which is just, like, okay, that who cares, right? Why would I put Volvo wheels on that? Well, the thing is, Ford owning Volvo in the late 90s and 2000s, or having ownership of Volvo, they also owned, at the time too, Jaguar. They also owned Land Rover as well. And so you could take 5x108 wheels from Jaguars or Lincolns or Land Rovers and put them on your Volvo. And if you want to go the full mile, another car that has 5x108 lug sets is the Ferrari F40. So I could grab Ferrari F40 Competizione wheels and put them on a Volvo. The Italians be damned. I'm putting your wheels in a far more sexier car.
Perfect for comfortable cruising, transporting your entire studio apartment, and racing?
Yep.
Yes, racing. In 1994, Volvo entered the British Touring Car Championship.
I've seen so many homages to these cars on different models too. Not just A50s. I've seen V50s and V70s dressed up to look like these cars. These with the same livery and everything.
With two of the most unlikely vehicles ever to compete in wheel-to-wheel racing. From its eyebrow-raising shape
Oh yeah.
to its brilliant rule-bending engine,
There it is. Let's go back.
from its eyebrow-raising shape to its brilliant
Look at that. Look at that inlet. Look at this. Tom Watkins Racing. TWR. And I'm pretty sure he'll talk about this. I mean, he's gonna talk about this. I know that for a fact. But this engine here was a piece of just motorsports art. 5-cylinder 20 valve, but what they did to it was just over the moon to get this to where this is the power it would need to make. But individual throttle bodies right here. Oh god. Look, just look at the architecture of it. It's beautiful. Of course, the additional oil baffle here with the expanded coolant tank, things to help it out, but just look at this massive inlet. Oh, and just the timing belt cover, the case, and it's so simplistic, and I love it.
rule-bending engine, this car's story is one of quite literally not having your head screwed on straight, in the best way possible. So, how did it perform? Why was its engine's legality questioned every race? And why the massive stuffed dog?
Oh yeah, I forgot this too. I think this was BTCC back in the day. These were Scottish drivers, I believe they had for their team. I mean, you can say by the... He's definitely wearing the plaid. So, yeah, no, they're rocking the sheepdog. Oh yeah, that tells me everything.
Let's find out.
Or are they Welsh, is my question.
Before we get into the brazen engineering, you're probably wondering how the idea even made it out of the boardroom in the first place.
Shouldn't have.
And for that, we need to go back to the 80s, when Volvo decided to hit their competitors over the head with a brick.
Oh yeah, see, what people don't realize is that while BMW and Mercedes would end up duking it out in the 80s for touring car championships, Volvo destroyed the Germans for 2 years. Because when they brought in the turbocharged 240 series, it completely shook the whole game up. Smaller engines, less regulations placed on them because of their lack of displacement, because turbochargers were not a concept in the touring car championship yet as a full-blown competitive angle. But when Volvo did it, they just wrecked the competition.
A flying brick.
Look at this.
The Volvo 240 Turbo was a crowd favorite in the European Touring Car Championship, collecting multiple wins and the Drivers' Championship in 1985. But just as quickly as the car dominated the touring car scene, it faded away when Volvo decided to stop racing altogether after the 1986 season. In just a few short years, Volvo's public image went from sliding around flame-spitting turbocharged monsters to building boring and safe rectangles to haul around your IKEA furniture with.
I mean,
it was an image of muted.
There's nothing really wrong with it because they were doing affordable luxury, nice compact cars or mid-sized cars that could just do the family load. This is when people are still having large families, and I think we should go back to this era. Like, I know a lot of women will see these Volvos and kind of go, "It's not for me." But Volvo, up until the the last wagon they've had in the form of the V80. I don't know, it was the V8. It was the V90. There was the V90 wagon. It's one of the most. Still was just pure sex appeal. It was just pure sex appeal. Nothing else to it. And that's something that you don't see in family wagons. Of course, family wagons are almost dead and gone. The only really companies that are making them are luxury brands. But I used to work on them too. I love driving them. They're athletic, they're agile, and the T8 Polestars. Oh, I get Volvos are safe, but when you have a sub 4 second 0 to 60 in a family wagon, it just hauls ass. It was just instantaneous torque. And granted, it was a hybrid system, but that instantaneous torque off the hop. Oh god, just took your ass away. Oh man, pure sex appeal.
Good colors and good fuel economy that Senior Vice President Martin Rybeck decided it was time to change.
Yeah, that's the thing. What also you got to realize here with motorsports is that it is the crux of engineering to be put to the test. It's the crux of change for the automotive industry. You have to go into motorsports with every single model of your car. And of course, if you're doing Formula One, you're going to make your Formula One car. But when you're doing touring cars especially, that's where you really put your vehicles to the test in engineering for upgrading over the model years and modifications for the next generation of cars. That's where you want to go to. Every single legendary car was from some racing event and had a road car placed in that too. But the main thing is you also got to realize is that you can't just have a Halo car without developing all the R&D from the ground up. Having even racing series with the smallest ship boxes your company makes still leads down into building the ultimate Halo car. Dodge for the longest time was building K cars in the 80s. The K series, the K car series. Not the KEI that we think of with the Kilo Japanese ones, but the actual Lee Iacocca's K front-wheel drive platforms. And when we started making hot models for them, they were racing them in American Trans Am series and touring car series. That led to the crux in R&D for Dodge to slowly, and working with Mitsubishi over time, not just recuperate their wealth, but to finally have the tuning knowledge and prowess to put that into the Viper. Another example was the genesis of the Honda NSX was from the Honda City 2 actually, Gen 2 City, and the engineers on a night project decided to rip the front engine out and move it and do some work to move that engine over to the rear of the car, this little city hatchback, and make it mid-engine rear-wheel drive. By just like doing what Peugeot did or Renault did with the mid-engine VR6. No, was it? No. Anyway, my case still stands that Honda with the Gen 2 City, when they did that for the NSX project, it was keeping the power level the same, but using all what they learned from the suspension that they used to build even this tiny little shitbox K car, when it was even a front-wheel drive platform, make it handle as well as it did. And then when they moved the engine to the rear, they said, okay, now we have a Genesis platform to build off of. And if we can make a much larger, much more powerful car that can handle like this, we have a winner on our hands. And that's how the NSX came about to be. A lot of Halo cars would not be born. A lot of the legends that we know and praise, especially with JDM or want to throw money at, would not exist to this day if it were not for little ship boxes and small, compact engineering cars that we tune and build over time. That's why a lot of modern-day Halo cars don't have that same soul, because they weren't built from the same Genesis.
Volvo was going to return to racing, and if he had anything to say about it, they were going to make an entrance. Mm-hmm. The crosshairs were set on the 1994 season of the British Touring Car Championship, and the weapon selected was the 850. An unassuming, sensible commuter car.
Yeah.
So, in the early 90s, Volvo dialed up Stephenson Automotive and asked them to prototype a race-ready version of the 850. The story goes that the initial intent was to race the saloon version, which, for you fellow Americans, means sedan. But when the company came to pick up a car at Volvo's factory, only estate models were available.
Honestly, the better choice. Not in terms of performance, but definitely in terms of marketability. Because, as we know, states, what the V and these, Volvo would later drop the numerics, the complete numerics, and have a hybrid between alphabetics and numerics for their car naming concepts, which they still have nowadays. The V stands for versatility for the estate models, or the wagons, I guess, if you want to make it easier for yourself. But what I'm trying to get at here is that, remember, in Touring Car Championship, sedans and, I guess, saloon sedan coupes or sedan, they're still considered saloons, but the two-door versions of them, which were a dying breed but still around, were, of course, the more performance-oriented model. That makes the most sense when you're going onto a track. You want to have the least amount of weight. You want to have the not just the least amount of weight, you also want to have the least amount of topside weight too. And the saloon on the touring, in terms of touring cars, was the best option. Now, hatchbacks were really good too. Actually, hatchbacks are really dominant, but in terms of the mid-sized touring cars, which the BTCC was typically fielded of, it was either saloon or your two-door saloons. But in terms of marketability, right, the family hauler that could have far more space and carry far more cargo flying around a track, that definitely gets everyone's eyes and looks at you. That gets everyone's attention. So it's kind of ingenious, mate. So maybe it's from off the concept. I don't buy the story of it was just like the only thing that came from factory. I don't buy that. This is probably planned from factory as a marketing. This is probably planned as a marketing strategy.
So that's what they took. Now, whether that's true or not is anyone's guess, but a wind tunnel test later on did show the estate making slightly more downforce than the saloon, due to its long, flat roof.
That's true, because also you remember, in terms of aerodynamics, like you have the immediate drop-off towards the rear of any hatchback, or especially with the estate wagons. So, typically air force and airflow will go down and push on the rear of the car when it comes to that end drop-off point, either holding the car down straight without any form of deviations in its flow. That's why also with hatchbacks, you typically want to have a little spoiler too to keep that air going so it doesn't have an immediate cut and drop point. Because if you do that, you remove the amount of downforce and even downforce you'd want on the rear, so your rear end doesn't come off on you. That's typically what you'd see. That's why hatchbacks typically have spoilers on them.
But even if that was the case, you'd be crazy to think.
Look, it doesn't even have but these wagons, dude, they don't even have spoilers. Like, look at that, just straight across.
That the estate was the faster choice between more weight in the rear and the added drag that came from its body shape.
Yeah.
So why on earth did they pick it? One word: marketing.
Exactly.
Built a car that's a step above the rest. It's a real humdinger, yeah, we put it to the test. Got the looks and the feel. Got the power for a load. And we put it all together. Yeah, we put it on the road.
Oh my god. Fuck. Remember... How long did that trend of... I mean, of course, there's always corny raps and corny shit that you still hear to this day, but that very simplistic, rustic... still wearing the bucket hat era of corny marketing rap and like outreach rap you'd see in schools. That extended from like 1991 or 92 all the way into like, not even earlier, back in the late 80s, all the way into like the mid to late 2000s. It was, and that style was still around. Like I still remember hearing like PSA or like, safety raps like that, even into like late 2000s. Like that was, it's quite obnoxious, right? It's still something we still kind of picture.
In a field filled with only saloons, an estate car hopping curbs and attacking.
Look at that!
In a field filled with only saloons, an estate car hopping.
That's a fucking statement right there. That is just cinema. That is cinema right there.
Curbs and attacking apexes would get more attention than ABBA in the late 70s. And to be sure they maximized the effect, Volvo decided to keep their wild stunt a secret. But not just from competitors and the public. They even kept their own drivers in the dark.
Oh no.
Take it from Rickard.
That's the worst thing you could ever do. That's one of the worst things you could do for a driver. I at least want to know what the hell I'm getting into before I even see a car. Just describing something over the phone is not going to help me. Like, you need to tell me the model, make, and I need to know what the hell I'm getting into before I start driving something.
Rydell, a 26-year-old karting and formula racing phenom who was hired to drive one of the two entries. When I signed up around Christmas 1993, I didn't know about the estate plans. If I'd known, I would probably have hesitated. It was lucky I didn't know,
and again, there's
he
that
said.
gamble.
The other driver Volvo selected was Jan Lammers, whose vast experience in F1, Le Mans, and IndyCar made him a formidable opponent, even if he'd be stuck driving an estate. And so the organization was coming together. But what about the cars?
Oh no.
Their development was a job reserved for Tom Walkinshaw Racing, one of Volvo's main rivals in the 80s.
Oh, going from the rival to their builder, that's a hell of transition.
Now turned ally, who was hired to engineer and
Look at everything here. It's just beautiful this is. Oh, it's so gorgeous.
field the entries. If you've ever seen this car, then you know what TWR was capable of. So surely an estate car wouldn't be too much of a challenge to build, right? They started off doing all the normal race car things, gutting and caging the estate, and even lowering the position of the driver by extending the pedals and steering column.
Okay. Good choice.
BTCC rules limited engine displacement to just 2 liters.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's going to be a bit of a problem because, well, actually, not really. A lot of the early 5-cylinders were small displacements.
And turbocharging wasn't allowed.
Yeah, they banned it after because of the dominance from the 80s era of turbocharging. It was just insane. That's, literally, of course, because it was mainly because the Germans wanted to just hightail it out of there after after Volvo introduced turbocharging, because it was just it was such a knockout for them that they couldn't get their heads around it.
So TWR took advantage of the engine bay space occupied by a turbo in the factory 850.
That is actually partially incorrect. Because, am I not mistaken that it was late 94, early 95 is when the T5R came to fruition. And the T5R, the first, was a limited edition run with a turbocharged 5-cylinder. Because the stock model 5-cylinder only made 132 horsepower. It was naturally aspirated, of course. It was just it was an economy motor. It's torquey, shared the workload, it wouldn't strain itself. The first T5R, 1995, or late 94 and early 95, 254 brake horsepower, 0 to 60 in 5.7 seconds. That is 1995 we're talking about here. Front-wheel drive sedan that was keeping up with lower-end Halo cars coming from out of the JDM scene, smacking down and tapping on the shoulder of V8 Camaros, of V8 Firebirds. What the hell are we talking about? The smacking on GT Mustangs. We're talking a Volvo. Front-wheel drive, boring commuter car that was kicking ass like that. And not just in the straightaways, too. It could handle. And because they were using the sedan model for those, too. And they introduced the mustard yellow color, which is, they only really did it for the 850s, unfortunately. They haven't really brought back the mustard yellow color. And that's one of those beautiful colors Volvo ever did. And later on, because of the success of the T5R, they would actively make a follow-up rendition, but it was only 232 horsepower, out of a larger displacement T5 motor that was lower compression. It was mainly because they want to have the T5Rs be the one-off special car, and then they realized the success of it. They were like, well, we have to keep this still reserved for the people who reserved and bought them, so we might as well just make a lower-end power one, but still more displacement, right? And more room for modification. So, in the end, I guess really it was still a matter of high performance would still be there if you wanted it to be. But at this point in time, they didn't really, I don't think they had put the T5s on the road yet for the 850. And that T5 moniker, and I guess for the American audience, they wouldn't understand this, but in the UK, the police force would end up using, the UK police would end up using, for highway patrol, the S60s and V70s for their police interceptors, earning the nickname of the Terminator 5 because of how much prowess those motors and those cars had in terms of interception for highway, for the for high speed pursuit. They're pretty robust and pretty good motors and pretty stable platforms in terms of high speed operation.
By using a 6-speed sequential gearbox that mounted the engine lower down and further behind the front axle.
Okay, yeah. So moving the tranny, or I guess maybe, okay. Yeah, I know Twitch doesn't get up here because I say tranny, but fuck off. It's mechanical terms. It's like when people get pissed off for saying you have you retard a motor, or you have a slate. Cause they fucking changed up in the U.S. Army's manuals for the Humvees, and then they changed up the slave cylinder to be freedom cylinder. Just because it was like, we're so scared about offending people with this. It's an engineering term. It's a slave. It's a slave to the master cylinder because it does all the work for the master cylinder. The master cylinder basically controls its operation. It's to amplify the output. Oh shit! I gotta hang on. I'm speeding on my ass again. Brainy not working too well. Let me just give me a sec. But like in terms of just like. But in terms of the transaxle, they of course, I mean, I guess the sequential does do that. Like I guess it does lower it in the gearbox. So you can see here they really had to lower that motor down, especially since it's so much more compact. You're not as highly raised up as with the typical 5-speed or 6-speed gearbox. It was 5 speeds around this point. It was the T56 motor. The T55 the transmission they had in there, I believe. Yep. Slave cylinder converts hydraulic pressure into mechanical force. There we go. That's what I had to remember it for. And it's used to actuate a mechanism. Yeah, exactly. So it is just used in this. Yeah, it's just used to do the work of what the master cylinder essentially forces it to do. Yeah, so it's not. I mean, fucking how we have to bundle our terms up for these things, right?
The improved weight distribution and incredibly low center of gravity for an estate saw it shaping up to be quite competitive. Until the biggest disappointment of the build was discovered: the engine's power output, or lack thereof. After downsizing the 850's factory inline 5 to the required 2-liter displacement, the best it could muster was 260 horsepower. Knowing they'd be going wheel to wheel with much more aerodynamic cars that averaged around 285 horsepower, TWR knew their hopes of winning would be dead on the asphalt unless they could find a way to squeeze out more power. And speaking of asphalt, I'd like to take just a brief moment to tell you about this video's sponsor, Asphalt 9 Legends. Asphalt 9 Legends is a free-to-play arcade racer available on iOS, Android, Xbox, Switch, and PC. One of my favorite things about this game are the ridiculous stunts you can pull off that would be very much against the rules of any actual racing series. And the laws of physics. Someone in your way? No problem. Take them out with a 360 knockdown maneuver. Want to barrel roll a Bentley through the air above the streets of Japan? Why not? Nobody's stopping you. One of the first things you'll notice playing Asphalt 9 are the visuals. The graphics are quite sharp and vibrant, especially for something you can play on the go. And if you're not good at racing games, don't worry, Asphalt 9's got you covered. The touch drive control scheme lets you enjoy all the action.
Sorry, I just had to go through my old books here. Because I want to make sure I'm explaining the terminology as simplistic as possible. I know what it is, I can't bundle up my words. A slave cylinder is what it does, it converts hydraulic pressure into mechanical force. So that's the master cylinder, and the slave cylinder, what it does is it's the recipient of said hydraulic pressure being turned into mechanical force. The slave cylinder does the work of the mechanical force. Typically, you think of it like a brake system where you apply the brake pedal. The brake pedal applies pressure into the master cylinder where the fluid reservoir is. Said fluid gets pushed through the system and it pushes up against the pistons at the end of the calipers, or the slave in the drum brakes, which expands out the shoe or clamps the pads in with the caliper. Pretty simple, right?
With easier controls. But if you're up for the challenge, you can turn it off and put your car's fate entirely.
It's so stupid because I get it, like a VTuber who wants to talk about cars, who knows a lot about cars. The thing is, sometimes my mind goes a million miles per hour. I need to go back and just go through my sources just to read through everything. Make sure I'm explaining it correctly, because I don't want to be an asshole and just start talking out of my neck like you see a lot of people confidently do. And ideally, if you can't explain something to a 6-year-old, you shouldn't be teaching it at all. That's the way Albert Einstein, in quotations of what he spoke of, if you can't explain certain theories to a 6-year-old, you can't explain anything, or you can't teach it at all. You shouldn't teach it at all, because then you get lost in the sauce, and if you want to overcomplicate everything, by all means, go ahead and do that. The reason why I wanted to talk about this is I also learned this when I was in my college for the automotive trade. It's just things you want to help people along when it comes to understanding cars. Because I do want to make some videos about automotive repair, and I'm kind of probably going to do some guys and tutorials how to do so over time.
Really in your hands. There are over 200 licensed cars to collect and drive across a wide range of levels inspired by real-world locations, with tons of single-player and multiplayer events and vehicle customization options. You'll have a hard time running out of things to do in this game. You can use the QR code on screen now, or the link in the description to download it. So with that, let's get back to TWR and the dilemma of their underpowered engine. As Smokey Unick, the most notorious rule-bending racer, once said, "You don't race cars, you race the rulebook." So TWR went through...
See, I respect a good cheater sometimes. Like, when it's a cheating in tandem with the sanctioning body, or, cheating in terms of, like, you're cheating the stock market, right, by being an inside trader, Nancy Pelosi, you tend to get with, no one, of course, no one's going to respect that, because you literally are in control and can just hand wave away you either breaking actual laws or just the rules of the game. But Smokey Unick, he's a man I'd say people should look into. He's a master class of fucking with people. He's actually a guy I do want to cover too. He's actually a legend in terms of, and I do respect him and his engineering prowess to screw the rule book.
Through the series regulations with a fine-tooth comb. As it turned out, the secret to being competitive was all in their heads, quite literally.
Yeah.
See, one of the major shortcomings of the stock 5-cylinder engine was the angle of its valves in the cylinder head. They were set at 58 degrees between each intake and exhaust valve, with port geometry to match. Obviously, there's a lot that goes into optimizing a cylinder head, but in the simplest sense, the better it flows, the more power you can make.
Exactly.
When we look at airflow in general, the straighter the flow path and the fewer turns the air has to navigate, the better. So if the team could make a new head with the valves and ports at a steeper angle, they could make more power. Except
you need to have larger ports, and you need to have a smoother, more angled entry point. If you look at how Hondas are, they're fairly angular in terms of their designs for their high revving motor flow, like for the K20s especially. And that's not including the variable valve time that goes into the VTEC system that runs into that as well. But that's mainly just change up cam lobe and change the cam lobe size, which is just used to open up the valves longer, depending on how your operation of driving is. Whether you want to be at lower RPM and have more casual city driving, or if you want to be at higher RPMs within race mode. But ideally, if you look at a stock Honda ported head, it's quite aggressive off the hop already. It's just through good engine management and fine-tuning, it was made to be usable for the city streets.
that would have been illegal. The regulations required you to use a production cylinder head with the stock intake port location and valve angle retained.
Exactly. Okay. So that is problem with BTCC, is that they did want to use they would be highly souped up in terms of internals for the cars, but you had to retain the same stock engine, which is a problem with the T5s, considering they're very much under-square design. They're long stroke, great for torque, great for low-end power, but they don't have a lot of RPM. They don't rev that high. Sorry. And they don't make a lot of high-end horsepower. The naturally aspirated models is what I'm talking here. To get that, you'd either have to shorten the engine block, stroke the engine block, which would break the rulebook tool. That's not a stock motor anymore. You'd have to change the engine block, which once again breaks that. So what you'd have to do is work with the valve, with the cylinder head. However, as they're saying, you can't use anything different. And right here, port size may be changed, but the port centers at the manifold must remain the original size, give or take 2 millimeter difference. Or I guess in this case, above 2 millimeters maximum, to incentivize higher flow size for these performance cars to rev higher, because they need to have more airflow in them to rev to higher RPMs to make more power, and of course have a longer power range, power band
relative to the head. But the rules did allow different camshafts, so TWR took a page out of the old muscle car guy playbook, choosing lifters 4mm larger in diameter than factory.
Like 4mm doesn't sound large on paper, but in terms of like machinists, that's fucking massive.
And camshafts with over double the amount of factory lift.
Yeah.
Lift is just a fancy word for how tall the lobed part of the cam.
Exactly. So, I mean, I could explain it better if I was given the time to, but the whole cam ratio is typically, you know, your ratio of the cam would be the lift divided by the base circle or the retention part of the lobe, of the actual camshaft itself. But of course, as he's saying here, very simplistically, that the lift or size of the lobe here, how far it touches down to the tappet of the actual valve, is how much lift you have onto that same valve. So more lift would incentivize longer valve opening, which you'd have to adjust with using the time shaft or the retard or advanced timing on the motor to allow far better flow onto the for the system for the engine to run.
Camshaft is. More lift means the valve will open further.
It opens further and opens longer.
Which means we can flow more air into the engine and ultimately make more power.
You can.
Simple enough. Until they figured out that such massive Uncle Sam approved cams were too big to mount in the factory head.
That's the problem. They're Volvo, having opened some T5s myself, they're quite large. They're quite small in terms of camshaft sizing. They're not very large lifters, especially the turbocharged. Even with turbo models, the 2.5s I have, they're not very large.
Material removal from the head was allowed, so rather than stopping in their tracks, TWR just hacked off the stock part of the head where the camshafts were housed and machined large billet carriers to hold the new cams.
Shit.
But as you might have guessed, there's no point in having such large cams if you're still restricted by stock valves and ports. Larger valves were also allowed, so the team machined out the bottom of the head to add some volume and fit them. To optimize flow of the intake air, the team machined back the face of the head where the intake manifold mounts, effectively shortening the length of the intake.
Shorter intake runners. How do you get more air in, or how do you have a better flow of air? Either A, carve and change the trajectory of the air, or B, shorten the distance it has to travel. Holy fuck, it's ingenious. And it doesn't break the rule book either, because they're not porting the head. They're not porting the intake. It's still the stock size intake. It's just they shortened the runner. They shortened the intake inlet.
Ports and making them more vertical. But TWR wasn't done yet.
Yeah, of course, when you take more away, your angle is far more acute. It's more aggressive. So that makes better. Oh, so that flows better.
Remember that the rules about port location and valve angle were all relative to the head. Nothing specified how the head had to mount to the block, and this led to the team's most ingenious idea yet. They machined a wedge shape out of the head, seating it on the block at an angle.
That's ingenious.
Relative to the block, that got them an even more vertical intake port.
Air flows in, drops in, and it's taken. When the vacuum comes in for the intake stroke, it's at a far greater angle, has a sharper intake coming in, and then when they port in the inlet with the throttle bodies, it's a direct shot in from the actual intake, and then just instead of having more angle that the air needs to travel, of course, loses its flow and velocity. They get more of it by just having just a straighter angle and shot. Oh my god, it's ingenious.
And a shallower exhaust port.
Yeah, and then that. Oh, and then on the exhaust side too, because remember, to make the power, you have to have a higher flowing exhaust. So the more exhaust you can get out, the more, the less worries about having exhaust air already mixing in with your intake air on the intake stroke. So with that gone, it flows better. And now with the exhaust in the shallower exhaust port, has less room for the exhaust to travel, so more of it can get out faster.
All while maintaining the regulated factory head geometry.
Clever. Devilishly clever.
Final machine work to the pistons helped the engine achieve a 13.5 to 1 compression rate.
Oh fuck, yeah, of course, in the running race field too, so they can go that high. Oh shit, that's beastly.
Over the stock non-turbo engines, 10.5 to 1.
Yeah.
As with any good story, there's a variety of accounts on how much power the improved engine actually made, ranging from 290 all the way up to over 300 horsepower.
That's pretty good for a natural
either way,
motor.
The 850 Estate was one of the most powerful cars in the field. It stunned the public, and pretty quickly faced criticism from its competition. Between its elaborate engine work and stuffed collie that rode along during parade laps, menacingly threatening the other drivers. Its legality was questioned at every race, but it was never outlawed, because there really wasn't anything illegal about it.
Yeah.
TWR had simply done a better job at reading the rules than anybody else.
Remember, the rule doesn't strictly state about something. You can get through it. You can get around it. Because they haven't thought of it being outlawed in the sport yet, in the sanctioning body. The rules can't stop me if you never made the rule in the first place.
But as much as I'd like to tell you that the car was a smashing success, its troubles started all the way back at the TWR factory.
No.
Between the hours upon hours of machine work and shiny new parts required to manufacture the heads, each head cost the team up to 15,000 British pounds, when factory heads could be had for just 200 pounds.
Jeez.
Accounting for inflation, that would have been the equivalent of spending almost 30,000 pounds on a single cylinder head. And as much as I'd like to tell you that the brilliant new cylinder head made the 850 so fast that it ran 5 laps ahead of everybody else, it didn't. The car was one of the fastest in a straight line,
of course.
But between its large frontal area, worse aerodynamics, and added rear weight, it simply couldn't navigate the turns as quickly as its competitors.
No.
And as luck would have it, circuits on the BTCC schedule have a lot of those. That being said though, the two gentlemen behind the wheel left nothing on the table and pushed each estate to the absolute limit. The car's best finish was 5th, with average finishes hovering between 11th and 12th each race. Rydell and
To the
Lammers.
size of the field, that's not that bad. That's like mid-range around the field, which is okay. I mean, once again, it's nothing podium, but
Finished 14th and 15th respectively in the Drivers' Championship, with Volvo taking 8th place in the manufacturers' standings,
Not bad.
only besting Nissan and Mazda. All things considered, those were some pretty respectable results after an 8-year hiatus from racing, let alone for being the only estate cars in the field. And 1994's partnership with TWR was only the beginning. Just 4 years later, Rickard Rydell took home the BTCC champion.
yeah, that's the thing. These S40s were monsters. These were just monsters. I know that for a fact. Unfortunately, our Mark 1 S40s and we only got one generation of the V42, the V40 as well. The Brits got the second gen V40, but Volvo, for some reason, I don't know why, they decided that instead of putting the modular into the new S40, because this would be the smallest compact one, and kind of how Volvo was really going into the compact scene hard, they thought they could go into it like with even smaller models, and these S40s off the hop were running Mitsubishi 4G63 turbocharged motors. So they were impressive and very tunable, but the problem is in North America, we only got them with automatics. We never got a manual with these things. They're reliable enough. I mean, it's a Mitsubishi motor, so it's cheap to fix, but they're just pretty boring over here. But what they got over there in England was a fairly lightweight sedan or even tiny estate. Because the V40 is almost 9-year hatchback, a 5-door hatchback, but has just enough extension on to become considered a wagon. So you had these fairly lightweight cars that were very tunable, could pack a major punch. And I'm talking about the BTCC one we have right here. This one was a monster.
Piloting the legendary S40. An exceptional exercise in racing the rulebook, the 850 Estate touring car was a lesson in perseverance, an excellent case study in marketing, and a reminder to never cut corners, unless those corners can get you some extra horsepower. Thanks for watching.
Oh, by the way, you want to know something about these 850s? They would rev up to 8,500 RPM. And how these things sound at 8,500? Oh man, I'm gonna play it. I gotta play this. Just listen to this noise. Let me just find a good one. Where's the original? Because like, there's so many replicas of these cars. I gotta find where the actual one is. Okay, this one is not the Estate, but I believe this is the actual motor, like down to the motor replica. Okay. Just listen to that. I love the 75 cylinders so much. The white box especially. That's just beautiful. Oh man, I wish Volvo made an actual high revving 5-cylinder. They would have been just splendid to drive. That's a real shame. The turbo ones aren't bad. They're really good too. I love mine, but I would have loved a naturally aspirated one outright. But these would probably be horrible to drive at low RPM in the city. My God, these would have been just unbearable. Let's even find what the S40. Actually, it's splendid, right? It's just such a beautiful car. I think that's good for the Volvo section here, because like that is just an immaculate model. And you can see where I really get my love and lineage for Volvos from. These are just something to behold. And even before the 240s, there was the 142, which was actually the original Volvo compact. And a part supplier I use quite frequently, IPD USA. I'm not sponsored, but I must tell you about them. They have their original 140 Volvo 142 historic car that was the company's first race car. I got to show you this. This is why I love IPD too. They're one of my, for like OEM supplies, I prefer going to IPD. Now granted, I do use SCP Euro every so often, but IPD for me is like, I talk to the guys when I need technical advice or help, or like, hey, I got some problems, or like, what gasket would you recommend? They give me the good hookup. That's why I love them so much. Not sponsored though. Should clarify. This is from Shifting Lanes, by the way. The original That's enough. That's Shifting Lanes' video, by the way. They do some okay content, I would say. Of course, what I drive is a Volvo C30, which I shared yesterday on stream. T5. Let's get a good one for sound. And let's not get a Top Gear video because I don't want to get copyright struck. Let's use Car Cleaning Guru. I know he had a good audio. I know he had great audio for this. That's what I love. That's the sound I miss. That's the sound I want to drive again and have that ring in my ear. Oh yeah, that's euphoric to me. And he's got a Polestar one. He's got a Polestar edition. So even far more rare. I love his diffusers too. Beautiful. Let's settle in. Meaty chop. I love the long chop it has. That's a stock. Oh, I know Car Cleaning Guru. He's only done bolt-on modifications. Maybe I don't even think he's even touched the injectors. I'm pretty sure he's just done full bolts, so exhaust, elevate intake manifold, which I was probably one of the most beautiful intakes for these motors there are. He's done, of course, I think it was DO88 plenum and DO88, D088 intercooler. Silicone piping. I don't know. Sorry for the intake. And what else did he do? Usually I'm really good at doing this. But I think it's just done full bolt-ons. Turbo blow-off valve upgrade and bypass regulator upgrade. Typically, what you want to do is you want to get a good actuator with a harder spring set, which allows the turbo to be run at the KO4 to be run at its max boost pressure of 18 psi, the safe one for city driving. Listen to that. And also this camber. You can see right here, because he's got it lowered on lowering springs, which I'd highly recommend. If you ever do get into a P1 model Volvo, always go. I made a mistake, or not really a mistake. I've gone with B16 coilovers, really expensive. I prefer Bilstein B4 struts though for the front with some lowering springs, and Bilstein B12 PSS. Rear lowering shocks with lowering springs in the rear. That is a really good setup. That will carry you the whole distance. With these cars especially, you can wake them up with a front strut tower beam, strut tower bar, and an upgraded 30mm sway bar at the rear, and maybe a little crossbar you can get here for the rear of the car. That really wakes up the handling. Like these things handle like an all-wheel drive car. Like how Honda boys like claim their cars handle really well. These things are heavier than Hondas, yes, but they handle just as well with some very slight bolt-on modifications. But this here, especially the camber, this is stock from factory. And this is a problem with these. One of the problems I will say with the Volvos is that they have a negative 2.75 degree camber for the wheels from factory stock. Ideally, the adjustment angle is to get either bushings with the eccentric bolts on them that can go further than the stock ones, to get it to negative 2.5, which is really far more suitable for city driving to prevent premature tire wear, for these cars especially. Look at that. That's just aggressive. But I love that movie. I love that car's movie so much. It's just gorgeous. Now granted, I've owned two of them, and I prefer the pre-facelift, which this one is not, because it's far more it's got far more of a rounded front end, less angular headlights. It's very more of its time, but it's very stupendous in design. Not to say I don't like these designs here, but I do prefer the rectangular grille on the pre-facelifts. Comments that the blow-off valve is a little too excessive for my taste. I typically go with a different release actuator. I don't typically go for a loud blow-off valve on mine. I have mine set to being very more timid and meek in terms of noise. I don't really care for the sound of turbos. I care for the sound of the motor. That's what I want to hear. If I do care about sound at all, for me it's mostly about how it responds to me. What did I distract so much? Yeah, he's really getting that thing going. I love it. But I can definitely tell he's shifting around 4,500, close to 5,000 RPM, which is definitely the peak power band for these cars. But when you get her up to 6,500, oh, she screams. She's howling away. Yeah, when you get them to like 6,500, they really howl. That's enough. Yeah. Boop. We're gonna close that, and we're gonna move on to our next video. Which will be the Fat Electrician's video on Five Guys, burgers and fries. Which, I've never had Five Guys because I don't live in an area that has it, unfortunately. Actually, a lot of restaurants never came up here that he covers, but I hear about them and I often wonder if they do taste good. So, without further ado, let's get into it. This, of course, is Fat Electrician. Make sure to comment and subscribe. And watch, and definitely subscribe to his channel, because once again, he made the video, I didn't, I'm just reacting to it. But yeah, this is the most gangster burger place, Five Guys Burgers and Fries by the Fat Electrician. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe to his video.
Pretty sure this guy just dethroned Don Voltaggio as my favorite entrepreneur. Today we're talking about Five Guys Burgers and Fries.
Me.
Pretty sure this guy just dethroned Don Voltaggio. Pretty sure this guy just dethroned Don Voltaggio as my favorite entrepreneur.
Did he now?
Today we're talking about Five Guys Burgers and Fries. Okay, here's the deal. I was down in South Carolina. I'd never had Five Guys before. I got hungry. I was going to order some DoorDash. Five Guys was an option. Decided to get Five Guys. Heard it was delicious. I ordered 4 cheeseburgers and 4 servings of fries.
My metabolism start to speed up. You can eat anything you want.
Oh, I
Okay,
can
fast
imagine.
forward 35 minutes. What
Oh, shit.
gets delivered to this Airbnb I'm staying at is 2 brown paper sacks with no branding on them, and inside of sack number A is 4 delicious cheeseburgers wrapped in aluminum foil, no branding on that either.
Right.
Okay, this is kind of fucking weird. Interesting.
That's
Big
not,
chain.
Yeah, that is strange. Typically, I mean, every restaurant I go to, even small Leafland chains, have some form of marketing on the bag or takeout item, which is strange for considering that they don't.
No branding. All right, whatever. Go to bag number 2. I'm not exaggerating. This entire bag is full to the top with French fries. As
No
far as
shit.
I can tell, they didn't even
Like classic, you go to a sports arena or a sports complex, and they have the food the food vendors there, and you order it and they just slap it into this into an old paper bag and like, here you fucking go. Like, it's there's like less regulations on it. It's old oil, but like shit, it tastes good.
Stick any like holding containers for the French fries. It's just a bag of fucking French
That's
fries.
classic.
It's like
That's
5 pounds.
classic.
It's like they made an entire
5
bag
pounds?
of potatoes into French fries and stuck it in a sack. So like any sane person, I tried the French fries. They're delicious. Now is where I go from not a sane person. I immediately have alarm bells going off. They're up to something. There's no branding. There's way too many French fries for free. They're up to something. I need to figure out what it is. So next day I go to Five Guys for lunch in person. While eating inside the restaurant, I'm both impressed, but also more confused. They're giving out free peanuts. There's bags of potatoes everywhere.
Peanuts? What fast food chain has peanuts? I'm sorry, like I never think of that. Like, yeah, I love peanuts. I love peanut oil. I love peanut butter. Never have I ever associated a fast food place with peanuts. That's simply you'd see it like at once again a little food vendor, like at a sports arena. Like they have peanuts there. They have popcorn. They got French fries. But a fast food place with peanuts, like how many people get uppity over peanut allergies? Like how is this possible?
The kitchen is open. You can see them making the food, unlike any other burger place I've ever been to in my entire life. So I go back home, I start doing some research, and what I find is not only a pretty incredible business model, but probably the coolest entrepreneur story that I've ever heard in my entire life. And we're going to get into it right after a word from our sponsor.
Delete me.
Why do you have John Wick's gun?
The squirrels were messing with
dresses like
Mushu
a
again, so this
Mennonite.
seemed appropriate.
I mean, that does make sense. All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Stupid squirrels. Wait, squirrels!
That's only gonna keep him down for a little bit, Morty. You with squirrels, Morty.
All right, here's the deal. Super simple, straightforward business model. You give them money, they turn around and make sure the data brokers on the internet aren't selling your personal information. What does that even mean? Okay, here's the entire internet and every free service on the planet inside of a nutshell, okay? There's a saying, if you're not paying for the product, you are the product. What that means is pretty much anything on the internet that you use, that's a service, whether that be Google, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, all of it, okay? It's all in apps.
I don't have any of those. Okay, so I mean, I do have YouTube. Now you got Twitter, you got Geek and Twitch. Subscribe to me on there and all these places. But I don't, maybe the average person doesn't do it, but like, why not just have like a bunch of emails and have like interwoven webs of like setting up your email and different proxies and stuff, just, you know, and having one that's you can use for junk services. Am I crazy, or is that just like old school mentality of doing that? Because like, also too, like most social media, I get with VTubing and YouTubing, you got a network, right? You got a network to grow your brand. I'm very small, like I'm a nobody, but ideally too, I see it's so much of a headache having all that social media. It's like, no, if I'm going live, the place people are gonna find me the most is gonna be on here. Maybe the larger girls definitely do TikTok. I know that much, but it's like you have to already have brand recognition to have TikTok for clips. And even then, I'm like, I don't fit well with that short form content. That's why I don't use like shorts or reels or TikTok. I wouldn't fit well with the content. I'm too methodical with my speech. I'm too long drawn in how I act. I can't do the hyperactive video editing that people want me to do. That would be good for that. Ideally, maybe I should try to adapt to the times, but hey ho. But also with like a lot of these services too, I never really found a free service that I could think of like that asked for my email that was worth it. Because that's obviously puts you at major risk for a lot of backdoor problems too, especially now. But then again, I say that and then I realize too that how incompetent a lot of security services for email services are, and for accounts are, that I just talk out of my ass at that point. Ideally, if I can't pirate it, I don't want to use it.
So one of two things is happening. They're either going to feed you ads, and that's how that company makes money since their service is free, or they're going to collect your personal information, then turn around and sell it to data brokers on the internet, and then they're going to turn around and sell it to whoever buys it, and next thing you know, you're getting 17,000 robocalls every single day. And that's where Delete Me comes in. They will look through all the major data brokers and find the ones that are selling your personal information.
And that's the hard part too, especially when you go to stores nowadays. Like, they ask for your phone number or their email. Like, do you want to sign up with us? Oh, have you shopped with us before? What's your email? What's your phone number? I don't give it out. Like, and you get those clerks that like look at you sideways because, what do you mean you don't want to give it to me? Everyone's supposed to do it. And because that's what they're trained from corporate. But it's like, you're supposed to. I don't want to. You don't need it. But what about your extended warranty? I don't give a shit. If it's broken, I'm going to return it effective immediately. I have the receipt. I'll just do it off the hop. I'm buying this product here today to use it within the hour. If it doesn't work, I'm gonna return it. Simple as.
And submit opt-out requests on your behalf, and then they are legally obligated to comply. And then they'll continue to monitor these data brokers, and if they get your information again, Delete Me will submit an opt-out request again. Basically, you're paying Delete Me to get rid of all the downsides of all of the free stuff on the internet, which I think is absolutely worth it. If you want to check them out, I'll have a link and a discount code down below. Let's get back to the video. All right, our story begins with the founder of Five Guys Burgers and Fries, Jerry Morrell, who I can only describe as like the most average dude on the planet. Grew up in Michigan, average life, average parents, average school performance, right down the middle, average with perfectly everything. One day he's in class, teacher winds up telling him, you need to pay attention or you're gonna wind up flipping burgers for the rest of your life. So he's like, okay, well, I mean, maybe. So then he starts thinking about it. He decides to go to...
That's unfortunate though. So how many people I know that end up going to uni and they're out of the job, right? And even then, finding a place to flip burgers, that's... like you can't get into them because like if you're a skilled worker, they're not going to hire you because you're not going to stay on for too long. And a lot of these places you typically only hire people of their own race or own ethnicity or their own group. So God forbid if you're white, you're fucked. Like you are going to be fucked from getting the job. So getting into these places in the first place is just like it's not near impossible. But getting like low-end work or temp work like that, like they don't want you. It's like even if you're skilled, like they want someone who's going to stay there for years. And I get that's how a business works, but typically what I think of like for first place jobs is that you would go do that. My experience personally is during COVID. I went through 10 jobs during the span of the 2 years of COVID because places would open up and close down and open up and close down. Sometimes I was working 3 jobs at the same time when I was in high school. So you got to think of it this way, like. Just like the insult of you're gonna flip burgers, it's like, yeah, motherfucker, I'm doing it just to make a living off the hop because one, the boomers are trying to actually replace us with lower quality work, which is not even skilled or to the same degree. Like why just because they have a degree from a school in fucking Bombay, I guess it's Mumbai now, like a school from Mumbai, doesn't mean they have the same qualifications as a school from North America. Especially for technical colleges. And that, you can definitely see that in terms of infrastructure and safety and driving. Of course, with all the cheating that goes on too, we've seen in the States with a lot of fatalities, and up here up in Canada, you see a lot of fatalities on the roads too with the Indian truckers especially. But the same token too, when it also comes down to the wire about these jobs is that like there's nowhere else to really go. Like you need to get job experience early. You have to get the experience to work early. I feel like kids would be better off at like, because I started working on it when I turned 15. That's the youngest I could start working legally. And when I started, I've been working non-stop since I was 15, but I got in young. Like essentially I did as much as I could to put on my resume for experience. Like if I'm earning experience, like I already understand the value of a dollar. I understand why I'm getting fucked out with taxes. And most importantly, I know I have to put money away right now so I don't get screwed over in the future. Which I did. And I sacrificed a lot of like the enjoyments of your youth, but hey ho, I'm not in crippling debt, right?
Local burger place called Push 'em Up Tony's, and people are just packing this place all the time. The dude makes good burgers. Push 'em Up Tony is this, dude, he's got his fucking pet cat in the kitchen.
Tony? That's classic.
That he's petting while he's flipping these burgers. Everybody jokingly called them fur burgers, but they kept...
Wait, so I'm chewing down on a good fur burger. Oh my god, I'm reminded of the Filthy Frank porn title raps. You know the one, Grandma's fur burger. You gotta love that just how the crass Americana jokes they make sometimes. I love it. That's just classic.
There because the burgers were delicious. So as a kid, he's looking at this and he's like, I mean, flipping burgers for a living doesn't sound that bad. I mean, Push 'em Up Tony's always busy. He drives a nice car, gets to hang out with his pet cat all day. Maybe it's not that bad of a life. So this is kind of where the seed gets planted. Okay, fast forward, graduates high school.
Even if you're just locally successful, it's not a terrible life to lead. Yes, you're very modest and adequate what you're doing compared to the rest of the world, but if you just want to focus on yourself and stay in your own lane in that sense, you can find true joy in that. You're not competing with everyone else. You know, some people were born in or given spoon in mouth or through systems like a life that you'll never be able to leave. But if you make a success out of yourself and you're appreciative to that degree, you can build a fortune for your next generation to be able to go live that life that maybe you didn't get to have, and be success in your own right that your own children will revere. And you give them the same work ethic that you did if you bestow upon them the knowledge and work ethic, rather than just handing them the silver spoon in hand. They'll definitely come to appreciate and do far better in life than those people that you feel belittled by or felt inadequacy from.
Goes off to college. While he's in college, he's working in a fraternity house, cooking all the food for everybody. From here, he graduates college, moves back home to his hometown in Michigan, marries his high school sweetheart, has 3 kids, and starts selling life insurance. The most average story on the planet.
Extremely average in every category. Remarkable, truly. The most average person in our entire armed forces.
And then one day, him and his wife decide they're going to get a divorce. Don't know the context, don't know what happened, don't care, doesn't matter, not pertinent to the story. What does happen is his wife takes his 3 sons and she takes them down to Florida where they move. And Jerry, like any good father, is heartbroken. He wants his boys back, and for whatever reason...
Divorce courts are a bitch. We know this outright. I mean, does he get to see his kids? That's the question. If he gets to see them, he's doing far better than a lot of divorced dads get. And I can't think, it's like, I know there's maybe like people say, what about the bum dads, but no, there's quite a, I mean, the ratio of dads who lose their children and get raped over by the courts is just to an nth degree. It's horrific. And if this is a man who wants to see his kids that bad, I feel terrible for him.
Then I have no idea why he decides that what he needs to do to get his kids back is to make a bunch of more money. Maybe.
Baller. He's got a hustle. He's got a goal. He's altruistic in that sense. Absolute baller.
He couldn't afford a good lawyer in the divorce. I have no idea, but that's what he decides. He needs to make a ton of money. So he leaves his hometown, starts bouncing around from big city to big city, trying to figure out how he's going to make all this money. Winds up in Texas, tries to start an oil business, blows up in his face. So that didn't work, but he's not taking no for an answer because he's got to get his boys back. Next big idea, bottled water.
I'm just trying to figure out if I can make any money on this deal.
Okay, now to me and you in 2025.
Yeah. It's a massive industry. But this is back when, so, and I remember correctly, the bottled water wasn't even a popular, because you can look back to Spaceballs. Because in Spaceballs, I get they're using Perrier or they would call it Perrier. But, like, it was bottled water, essentially. Like, club soda, you use club soda to, of course, mix with cocktails. That's why it's called club soda. But selling it as its own thing outside of, bars was an oddity. It would be a terrible business practice to do so. So, yeah, it maybe at the time just wasn't a good idea.
Sounds like a pretty good idea. That's a multi-billion-dollar industry today. But you gotta remember, this is the early 1970s. Bottled water doesn't even get remotely popular until the 1990s, okay? The 1970s, ain't nobody drinking water. Everybody's smoking cigarettes and drinking Coca-Cola. I mean, we've all seen the documentaries where they're like, here's the graduating class of 1972, and then they show you a bunch of pictures of like 35-year-old men.
I get older, they stay the same age.
And it turns out they are, in fact, actually 18-year-olds. They just look like they're 30-year-old men because they have normal testosterone levels, because their balls aren't full of microplastics, and because they're not fucking drinking water and they're dehydrated.
See, I got my blood work done. And I always hated the taste of bottled water. I got like twice the testosterone levels of like the highest average, because the average for test levels for men is 143 nanograms per deciliter to 423 nanograms per deciliter. I'm at around like 752 nanograms per deciliter. Just naturally, just from a clean diet and just avoiding bottled water. Like my hydration is water, truth be told. It's filtered water, but it's still from the tap. But I guess I'm not living on the city anymore. I live in the country, so we get cistern water. So filtered water, for me, I'm not dealing with the microplastics or the amount of chemical and fluoride in the water either. And my diet primarily is very simplistic with whole foods. I don't really eat a lot of processed junk. I actually have abstained from potato chips and everything for over nearly a decade now. And actually, it's far cheaper by eating whole foods. May not seem as tasty, but like, once you know actually how cooking is and the basics of basically food science in terms of fats and carbohydrates to balance out for a good tasting meal, you can really make something out of very little ingredients. And if you really want to boost your test levels, you got to eat plenty of eggs and red meats to do so. Also, pomegranates and honey. That was another secret of mine. That really helped. Pomegranates, debatable in what they actually do. I just like the taste of them. But honey definitely has an amount of boron and zinc in it that definitely essentially helps boost your virility levels in your body, helps your sperm count for reproduction. I mean, zinc especially, and magnesium is a good supplement for that regard.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Just drink water. Anyways.
Water sucks. Gatorade is better.
Jerry goes out with his literal multi-billion-dollar idea and starts looking for investors, starts talking to bankers. Absolutely everybody laughs at him at the notion that somebody would buy bottled water.
Water?
Yeah.
You mean like in the toilet?
So he abandons the idea, moves on to the next thing, moves on to the next big city, winds up in Washington, D.C. While he's there, he's from small town Michigan. He's not used to all this money, all this wealth. He's blown away by how many rich people live in this area. He's got an economics background, so he goes back to school, gets licensed to be a financial advisor, and starts doing that in Washington, D.C., and starts making a good amount of money. From here, he meets his wife, Janie. He's doing so financially well that whatever the context is, he winds up getting his boys back. They move back with him in Washington, D.C., and then Janie gets pregnant, and he has another boy.
Dudes rock. He's got seed and he's got need, and damn well he's gonna spread that seed. He's gonna pull a Johnny Appleseed. Fucking A, man. Fucking A. And he's got a new wife that loves him, and hopefully she's a keeper this time. And he's got his kids back. Hell yeah.
Now has 4 sons. From here, he goes right back to being the most average guy on the planet, living in the Washington, D.C. area, got 4 sons, got the wife, slinging financial products on the side, making a bunch of money, putting money away for his kids' college fund, just being average Joe to the max. As his 2 oldest sons are getting ready to finish up high school here in a couple of years, neither one of them has any interest in going off to college. Okay, kind of an alarming thing for a mother and father, especially in the 1980s. This is like
nowadays it is different. To somewhat of a degree, because there are plenty of boomers, and also the job market's not really that good either. The trades aren't exactly what it's cracked up to be either. I will say that. They make a big to-do of, we need young men. They're mainly using to import illegals and invaders in to replace the local population. Plenty of young men can and have the energy and capacity to work for the trades, just we're getting shorthanded and underpaid half the time and fucked over in the trade field. And I'm not talking about going to unions. Unions are probably possibly a stupid idea for a lot of trades to deal with. I would say stupid, but no, actually it is pretty stupid considering what they've done with them. I can't go too far into detailed personal experience with them, but not exactly something I want to get into. But primarily though, in the trade field, they try to replace you. And I've recently watched a financial audit from Caleb Hammer about the illegals, and what you do need to know is that a lot of them, of course, hire their own kind, and a lot of, especially like Indians, will hire once again their own kind and will discriminate against whites because diversity hiring is really only against that affects white people or white men in particular. And if you want really enterprising young guys, you gotta look for generational who's part of that nation, and typically that's going to be white guys. Now that's not excluding there's definitely generational Indians or generational Chinese or whites blacks from American and actually North American nations, but these guys don't typically get into these places, or they're not of a certain sect or racial group or anything of the sort, so they get screwed over. But we saw the financial audit is that forklift driver, the illegal, he was making $32 an hour, USD. and he's getting paid overtime during their busier season. So he's making over 6 figures untaxed, because remember, he's getting paid under the table by a boss who is also, quote unquote, undocumented, an invader. I'm not going to say illegal immigrant. That's the worst. That's the wrong word. I just call them invaders. They're using it as a breadbasket for themselves and sending all the money. And if they rack up massive debt, they just fucking flee. They don't pay it, and it gets shirked onto the American taxpayer. But what I was trying to get at is that the problem is that these young boys, as in the story, they don't want to go to college. Now, at that time, very much so, it was incentivized that you have to go to college to be someone or successful. In the 80s, this was the height of the cheap college. For essentially the last of the boomers and the early Gen Xers got the last of the cheap college, basically paid out college funds, which was like $4,000, and just for inflation, it could be around $8,000 in total, which is, a bit pricey, but you'd still be able to afford it, no problem. Your parents typically would come from a middle class to upper class. It was as far as you deploy yourself into it. It was like basically boomers were handed the economy to them. This is no doubt. And this would, in the end, what I suppose I'm getting at here is that for them to do this would be almost like your sons are going to be nothing but dope smokers and moochers for the rest of their lives. But tradesmen, at this time too, there was not as many regulations for tradesmen or what you could do to open a small business. You don't have as many qualifications for North American born in working domestically. That's the problem with the trades, that there's so much in the way of schooling and qualifications you need to have, which is one, great for safety, but also there's a lot of extra shit they try to get you to do, and then they'll go hire some illegal or migrant who only has the so-called paper documentation from his home nation, but then doesn't actually have the same skills or qualifications that you do, and they end up just killing themselves by putting a metal flashlight on a transformer and blowing the whole thing up and vaporizing themselves and a couple other people along with them. This is something that raked North America for the longest time. That's why they had to start sending the migrants off to school over here too, and flood them into schools, which then flooded our markets even further. Which I'm saying, you should invest in the domestics here, because we can hold our own infrastructure together quite well enough. We don't cheat our way through. But for the time being, though, is that even back then, trades were considered very successful too, despite having a lower social class standing. You can make quite the bit of money, especially when you open up your own small business in the trades. There was also a lot more trades coming at that time too. Electricians were becoming far more in demand as far more electrical appliances were coming into play too, like far more heavier demands on the infrastructure as well. You had far more demand also for HVAC, as AC was going standardized across the whole board and becoming far more advanced and more compact for residential homes. So HVAC was completely just going into the full swing of things. Automotive career too. You were going from carbureted cars to far more advanced systems. So if you had some range of for computers and training, you were a godsend to any company. They would pay you outright to be trained, flown across nations. You'd be paid out the wazoo if you had not just the basic skills to work on carburetors, but to just outright, because the older cars are far more simplistic to work on. But the moment you got into early ECU and fuel injection, electronic fuel injection, if you were trained on that, you basically had your ticket written for you. And this was also the 80s too, so massive expansion of suburbs and construction and contract. It was a boom time. But granted, there was recessions in the early 80s and the late 80s as the Black Monday crash would happen in the 80s. But we would see decent expansion of the trades as well. So I don't think, maybe to him and to his kids, that this was a horrible thing to hear, but if his kids decided to go blue collar, then they would have done pretty well back then, I would have said.
Tyrannical era of you have to go to college.
It is fiscally irresponsible for me to go to college.
That's true.
Are you huffing?
God. Are you high? You're huffing grass?
Then one day, Jerry and Jamie decide they're going to take the boys out to the beach. They go out to the beach. It's coming up on lunchtime. They decide they're going to look for a restaurant. There's restaurants all up and down this boardwalk, but one of these restaurants has a line of like 250 people just standing there waiting. It's this restaurant called Thrasher's, and the crazy part is they only sell French fries. Like that's it. Just French fries. No hot dogs, no hamburgers, just French fries. 250 people waiting in line. And this reminds him of Push 'em Up Tony's and the Fur Burgers back home. And then it reminds him of what his teacher told him. If you don't pay attention in school, you're not going to go to college, and then you're going to wind up flipping burgers for the rest of your life. And maybe, just maybe, that's not that bad of an idea.
Light bulb.
So he gets approval from his wife first, and then he sits down his boys and he's like, okay, look, we've saved up $70,000 to send you kids off to college. If you want to go to college, we'll pay for it. Absolutely, 100%. It's basically your money. But if you guys don't want to go to college, I'll give you the money and we can start a business together, which is beautiful. I mean, you got to remember, he already lost his boys.
That's an offer I would have taken any time of day. That is something, even as a teenager, I would have taken. If my father offered to start a business off the hop, like logistically, in a field that he knew or partially was invested in, and he was young enough to learn, then I would have taken that offer off the hop. I wish I could have done that. That would have been banging.
Once, he doesn't want to lose them again. If he could start a business and provide them with a living, and he gets to hang out and work with his sons all day, every day, even if they don't become rich, he's still rich. And sure enough, the boys want to work with dad. Okay, so what's the business model going to be? We're going to take Push 'em Up Tony's, and we're going to take Thrasher's, and we're going to smash them together. We're going to make hamburgers and French fries, and we're going to make them so well that people line up 250 deep to buy them from us. Why are we picking hamburgers and French fries? Well, because Jerry is the most average man on the planet, and that's all he likes.
He's a regular Joe with a regular job. He's your average white suburbanite slob. I mean, look at him. He's as regular old man, or like as middle-aged old man that you could get for that time of Americana. Like, this is just classic. I've seen so many old boomers who look like him. And honestly, props to him that he did this. And you know what? Hell, even Ray Kroc, with McDonald's. He saw what was going to sell, what was going to work. And the original plan with franchisees was just follow the fucking recipe. Just, we're going to expand it. The restaurant's going to be plain simple. That's it. I'd say watch The Founder. It's a decent movie. Yes, they do exaggerate things with the McDonald's brand and the brothers, and of course making them more sympathetic and Roy Kroc more of an asshole. But in terms of things, the McDonald's, like how that is, it's just keep it simple, stupid, off the hop. Make sure you have a trademark marquee before you start making all these concepts, like how the millennial concept restaurants we typically see, like that have been joked about in time in memoriam. They're overly complicated, overpriced, and they're not unique because everyone's fucking doing it to try and be unique. If everyone's unique, no one's unique, right? But it's so simple too with just the concept. It's just like, it's gonna be a restaurant. It's gonna be hamburger. We're just gonna be the best we can. That's it.
I just have a little plain cheeseburger. Sometimes my other favorite burger is a plain hamburger, ketchup mustard on it, and another one is just a plain hamburger with nothing but raw onions.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say all four of those boys were conceived in missionary position. Just saying. So what are we gonna call it?
Absolute missionary. Fuck that. No. Missionary. And his kink is women smiling. And the most kinkiest thing he probably did with his wife is just put her legs up to her, just put her legs a little bit at a cute angle. Didn't mating press, just a cute angle. That's it. Like, there is literally nothing I can think that man probably did that was probably interesting. But fuck it, did it work?
This restaurant, well, it's me and my four boys. That's 5 guys, and we're selling burgers and fries. Brain Blast, that's the name of the restaurant. 5 Guys Burgers and Fries.
Right there. The most average person.
Okay, now from here, I can't tell if Jerry is like a diabolical genius or if he has a full-on Field of Dreams moment, like if you build it, they will come. Obviously referring to the perfect hamburger accommodated by the perfect French fry. Actually, no, I am pretty positive. He definitely had the second one because he becomes bound and determined to make the perfect hamburger and the perfect French fry, and he is thoroughly convinced that if he can do that, literally nothing else matters.
Good on him. Good on him. right? How do you get people through the door? A quality product at a reasonable price. Is it good? Hell yeah. Is it expensive? No, not really. Are you making a profit? A decent margin. But it gets people through the door, doesn't it?
I think I'm exaggerating. I'm not. He literally defies all conventional wisdom, ignores all the common business practices, and is just locked in tunnel vision on developing a good hamburger and good French fries.
This is the good stuff. Snakes and sparklers.
He starts telling all his family and friends he's putting his life savings into selling burgers and French fries. And they're like, oh, you're starting up a restaurant. Are you going to have a salad option? Absolutely not. How about chicken nuggets? No. How about a burrito? No. How about a chicken sandwich? No. Burgers and French fries.
You don't have no black cats? No Roman candles or screaming memes?
No.
You don't got no lady fingers, buzz buttles, snicker bombs, church burners, finger blasters, gut busters, zippity doo-dahs, or crap flappers?
No, I don't.
He is so thoroughly convinced that the only recipe to success is a good hamburger and good French fries that he intentionally makes opening up his
Classic Americana, right? Is there far more tastier American originated food? Hell yeah. Is it more complicated to make? Yes. It requires a sit-down restaurant. People are going on their way through. They want something quick and easy. And if they're going to sit down, they're doing it on a lunch break, and they want to go right back to work. They have to go right back to work. So you better damn well make something off the hop. They know what you're getting into. They know what they're getting. It's not this, oh, we're going to offer this. We're going to have a million different offerings. You're going to have to do a humiliation ritual and say the name of our weird product to make sure you send a little jingle for us. No, it's just, there it is. Do you want burgers or fries or both? Take your pick. Is it healthy? Don't fucking matter. You're here to get some free calories, some cheap calories into your system. That's it. So it may taste a bit better than a shitty casserole your wife made. Then again, I will say I would love to have a woman make me a shitty casserole, because that's if she's making it with love, then I would take it. Why not? But as I was saying, though, it works.
First business as hard as humanly possible. He literally and intentionally picks the shittiest location he could possibly find in this.
Dude rocks. Dude rocks. Like, this is just dad. Like, this is just the dad right here. Polo, not tucked in. If he did so, probably would show a little bit of a gut showing, right? Jeans, blue Levi's. Not even Dockers, he's got the blue Levi's. He is suburbanite dad, a microcosm and test example of the species. Perfect.
Rundown strip mall in Arlington, Virginia. And his thought process was, if I can do this successfully in this shitty location, I can do it literally anywhere. So he gets this location up, gets it ready. From here, he has to perfect the menu. From here, I can only assume he's like, what's our competition? McDonald's? Okay, what's McDonald's have? The Big Mac? What's that got? 2 1.5-ounce patties? All right, cool. Here's our thing. We're gonna have hamburgers. We're gonna have cheeseburgers. They're gonna come in 2 sizes. The smaller one for kids is gonna have 1 3.5-ounce patty. More than a Big Mac. We're gonna call that one the little guy, because fuck McDonald's. Our normal hamburgers and cheeseburgers are gonna have 2 3.5-ounce patties. And that meat is gonna be fresh, never frozen. And the bun that those hamburgers go in is gonna be fresh from a bakery, baked that morning. And I'm gonna have 17 different toppings that you can put on those hamburgers and cheeseburgers, and guess how much extra each topping's gonna cost? Fucking nothing. And all that shit, the lettuce, the tomatoes, the onions, all that's gonna be fresh too. Okay, cool. What about the French fries? We're gonna buy fucking potatoes and we're gonna turn them into French fries. Okay, we're not gonna do what McDonald's does and have some factory spitting out frozen French fries into a bag and then transport them frozen across the country and then throw them into the fryer. No, we're gonna.
I used to sort potatoes for a restaurant I used to work in. It was a chain restaurant. I'm not gonna say which one it was. But I used to, I'd wake up early in the morning before college, and I would go and do 8-ounce bags. I would portion frozen soybean canola oil covered potatoes. French fries. Soulless, thin little husks. This is far and away far better than anything I've ever seen. Absolutely.
Take potatoes. We're gonna salt them.
As expensive as Five Guys supposedly is, the places I worked at were far more fucking expensive. And they were shittier quality. This is just far and away far better.
we're gonna put them in oil, and then we're gonna feed them to the world. Okay, I mean, look at McDonald's French fries ingredients. We've got potatoes, vegetable oil, canola oil, corn oil, soybean oil.
Oh, canola oil too. You know what canola oil is? It's just Canadian oil. Like, the canola oil is basically, oh, canola. It's Canadian oil. It comes from canola flowers. Canola is just rapeseed. That's literally what it's called, rapeseed. And rapeseed was used for the longest time as a light lubricant for mechanical components in early and smaller engines. Or even ship engines as like a small light lubrication for certain components of the engine. I'm not kidding. Canola was literally used as a cheap alternative. It was only until after the war, Second World War, when there was a massive surplus of canola oil, did we realize we could dilute it down for safe consumption, or supposedly safe consumption, that wouldn't immediately kill someone. Sure shit gives you plenty of fucking heart disease, I'll tell you that much. That's why you avoid it like the devil. Same with corn oil and soybean oil. What was even worse, though, is that rapeseed was, of course, rebranded as canola oil because it was mostly grown up in Saskatchewan and Manitoba. So it's Canadian oil. Feel patriotic, don't you know? It's horrific. And let's not even get into margarine, right? I can't believe it's not butter. Yeah, because that's literally just diluted engine oil. It's horrific. Like the shit that that's FDA approved to put in your bodies because it was literally just forced through the system. And of course, you can't get like cold pressed oils for a decent price anymore. It's far cheaper to use these harmful, horrific, disgusting cooking oils rather than something that's just cold pressed like olive oil or peanut oil.
Hydrogenated soybean oil, natural beef flavor, wheat and milk derivatives, dextrose, sodium, acid pyrophosphate, main color, salt, quote, beef flavor, contains hydrolyzed wheat and hydrolyzed milk as starting ingredients, contains wheat and milk. Now let's look at the Five Guys French fries ingredients: potatoes, salt, peanut oil. The end. Does peanut oil cost more? Absolutely. But it doesn't matter because that's what makes the fries better, and we're not in the business of saving money. We're in the business of making the best burger and fries on the planet.
Snakes and sparklers are the only ones I like.
Buh! That also means he's gonna lose out on customers that have a peanut allergy. Buh! Don't care. Five Guys is in the business of making the best French fries possible, not bending the knee to your weird food allergy. In fact, they're gonna double down and give out free peanuts to everybody waiting in line to send the clear message: if you can't eat the best French fries in the world, fuck you. Just to be clear, for legal reasons, at no point has Five Guys officially said or alluded to anything remotely close to that. However, that's what they actually do, and that's how I interpret it, and I think it's kind of funny. Yeah, I know, I'm a bad person. Anyways, moving on. Oh, and these can't just be any potatoes. No. These need to be russet potatoes from Idaho, but even that's not specific enough. These need to be russet potatoes from Idaho, specifically in the Snake River Basin, which is north of the 42nd parallel. Because, and I quote, potatoes are a lot like oak trees. The slower they grow, the more solid they are. We like our northern potatoes because they grow in the daytime when it's warm, but then stop at night when it cools down. It would be a lot easier and a lot cheaper if we got California or Florida potatoes. The dude is autistic about burgers and French fries.
The art of war. He wants it done to such a degree. That is horrifyingly scary. Like, that's horrifyingly autistic, yet if you make a good product, can you blame him? I don't know.
Then I love it. Okay, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, homie has went full plankton getting the Krabby Patty secret recipe. He has developed the greatest hamburger and French fry of all time. That's it. That's the whole menu. I've got a hamburger, I've got a cheeseburger, I've got 17 different toppings. I'll put whatever you want on it, and I've got French fries. The end. Okay, sounds stupid. Actually genius. What have we learned on this channel? Keep it simple, stupid. Pick one thing you want to do, be the absolute best at it. Best pound for pound money-making fast food place on the planet? Chick-fil-A. Guess what they sell? Chicken sandwiches. The end. So the menu's set. The food is ready. 1986, he opens up Five Guys. Does he do a grand opening? No. Does he advertise at all? Absolutely not. He is convinced that if he can just get one customer to walk through that door and taste this delicious hamburger, he's going to tell all of his buddies, and then he's going to be successful.
Yep.
So they open up at 11 in the morning. Sure. Guess who shows up? Absolutely nobody.
No one.
Nobody knows they exist. They didn't advertise. They didn't have a grand opening.
See, That's the one thing I would have done differently. I would have at least done some promotion. Not terribly large promotion, but some promotion. I could not imagine going just raw dog into an operation without any form of just social lubrication, if you will.
Nobody shows up. First 45 minutes, nobody shows up. Then one dude just saunters in, happening to find it randomly, eats the hamburger. By 12:30, they're fucking packed. Okay, he's done it. He's built the perfect cheeseburger. He's built the perfect French fry. And sure enough, people showed up despite him not advertising, despite him being in a horrible location. His plan is working. Five Guys Burgers and Fries is profitable from day one. Somewhere along the line, people start complaining that his restaurant takes a little bit longer in comparison to, like McDonald's and other places.
You're going to a small place. You know it's a small but good food. And you bitch that it's not done within 1 minute before. Like 1 minute faster. I dealt with this shit when I worked in fast food. I would get my orders done in like 2 minutes flat for like large orders. By myself. And I had this one bitch who had the audacity to say, I'm quicker at my place that I used to work at. Chop, chop. And I just looked at her in the dead in the fucking eye. I'm like, then make it yourself. I'm too tired to deal with your shit. There are some people there who are just cunts. I'm sorry. You ordered 5 large blizzards. I'm damn well not gonna fucking make them in like 30 seconds. I also have to run the cash till and check out your order because I was doing everything at once. I was the only competent employee at that one restaurant for some of my shifts. Yeah, I was a DQ, fuck off. But I was one of the only competent employees. And that infuriated me so much. Because you just like find everything to bitch about. And her boyfriend looked dead inside. Absolutely dead inside. Oh, I feel bad for that man. I hope he dropped her.
Jerry doesn't give a single shit, okay? Perfection takes time.
Cooking
absolutely
is art, and the shit I cook is the bomb, so don't be telling me.
Shit you cook is shit.
In response to this, Jerry hangs up a sign on the door that says, and I quote, if you're in a hurry, there's a lot of really good burger places within a short walking distance from here. Five Guys doesn't give a shit, and I absolutely love it. Just straight up, we're the best. We know we're the best. If you don't want to wait in line, cool, kick rocks, go somewhere else. There's 249 other people in queue that I can make their burger for next. They continue to grow the business. They're making hamburgers, they're making French fries, things are going good. Time to open up another location. So he goes to the bank, asks for a loan. Full honesty, I have no idea how this conversation went down, but I imagine it was something along the lines of this. Okay, you want to open up another hamburger shop, your first one's fairly successful. Tell me about the business. Do you have a marketing plan in place? Absolutely not. We don't do any marketing whatsoever. We just rely on word of mouth by making really good hamburgers and really good French fries. Okay, are you looking at like expanding the menu? Absolutely fucking not. Okay, do you deliver? Are you looking to start delivering the food? No. I make good hamburgers and good French fries so good that they're gonna come to me. Okay, so your entire business model is just to make really good hamburgers and really good French fries, so much so that they'll come to you, you won't deliver, but they don't know you exist because you're not doing any marketing and you're only willing to sell hamburgers and French fries. Yep, just get out. No, the answer is no. We're not investing in your hamburger stand. Jerry basically gets laughed out of the bank, at which point he goes to his family and friends. He's getting like $5,000 loans from relatives, $10,000 loans from people that believe in the company, and he gets enough money to open up a second location. And that's pretty much how it goes between the 1980s all the way up until 2001. By then, he's got 5 locations. Now, 5 locations in 2 decades for a fast food place is not a lot of growth. Like, that's not very fast. And part of that reason is not because he can't get funding, it's because people have been approaching him for like the last 10 years wanting to start a franchise of their own version of Five Guys. Really? And Jerry's just like, no, absolutely not. You're gonna fuck up my precious burgers and French fries. You're not gonna do it right. Nobody's touching this except for me.
Don't let hubris rule through. on one hand, don't let your own hubris control you. On the other, he's got a point. Because people are gonna come in there, they're gonna fucking tamper around with your art, and they're gonna destroy it, and it's gonna become a complete bastardization of what you built. So unless you get some sort of control over it, or you can only have trusted associates, which is very hard to suss out, you're playing a major gamble there, buddy. Or you're completely or you're possibly losing business on the table. Millions of dollars, if not your whole company.
2022, he finally gives it up and he's willing to have franchisees come on and run their own version of Five Guys, but he is on their ass like white on rice. To this day, Five Guys is sending in 2 secret shoppers every single week. Not quarterly, not yearly, every week, corporate is sending in 2 secret spies to make sure that you're upholding their image. The food needs to be delicious and everything better be clean, right? That's the whole part of the fresh thing. They have an exposed kitchen where you can sit there and watch somebody make your food fresh. Everything needs to be spotless, and corporate is hell-bent on making sure that happens. Jerry and his sons aren't budging for anybody on their standards, and I absolutely love it. And I mean absolutely anybody, because in the 2000s, they got so popular in the DC area that the Pentagon called and wanted them to deliver some food.
This is, I'm alluding to what he said about the 2000s. This is post 9/11 2000s. This is when this is the Patriot Act 2000s. This is when we're talking like the Pentagon probably had how much control and authority and sway of both the American people and of course bureaucratic, like just to swing their dick around, like their power was like on the same levels as World War II level era Pentagon, early Cold War Red Scare Pentagon, in terms of what they could get away with and what they could command.
Jerry said, nah.
What? And he says no. And he says no. You tell the Pentagon to fuck off. Holy shit. That's a hell of a way to go. That's a hell of a way to put it.
We don't deliver, to which the person from the Pentagon said, sir, this is the Pentagon. Everybody delivers to the Pentagon. To which Jerry said,
I don't give a fuck.
He then...
I respect it. I respect it. Not even out of some gay-ass principle or moral grandstanding. This is how I run my business. You can fuck right off. Fetty boy. There are many doors to life.
Gets another phone call from that guy's boss. It is an admiral from the Navy. Admiral, same thing as general.
He got an admiral to call to deliver to them fast food. Holy shit.
But for the Navy, okay, super important guy. He then proceeds to tell Jerry, bro, this is the Pentagon. You have to deliver to the Pentagon. Jerry says, no, I don't. He then proceeds to get a 24-foot-long sign that's 2 feet tall that says, we don't deliver, and hangs it up in all of his stores in Washington, D.C. It's so stupid that it's actually genius. It's literally the exclusivity luxury tactic. It's just never been pulled off with something so simple as hamburgers. It's like what ridiculous luxury brands do, like Rolex or Ferrari, just this attitude of like, I don't give a shit what the customer wants. I'm making perfection. And if you want it, get in line.
Like with Rolex, Ferrari, and Porsche, and like name your brand, they're very pompous about it. They'll sue people for buying and owning a product and then modifying it to their own standards, i.e. you can see this with Deadmau5, with the Neon Cat Ferrari. But by that same circumstance too, that's you owning a non-consumable. So a customer who owns it, that they should have every right to do with whatever they want with it. But with the terms of consumable items, that's something else. And for good reason too, because at that point, like you're only consuming it like the moment you get your hands on it, you're gonna immediately consume it. The product's gone the moment you eat it. So for a company, until they hand you the bag, they can do whatever they want with that product. It's only means, safety regulation, safety and basic moral guidelines. But like, what I'm trying to say is that he dictates how it's done. I respect that. I honestly gotta respect that. And I can see with Five Guys, they're not being pompous about it. It's really good. It's supposedly really good. I've never had it. I should probably try it. But it's supposedly really good. And if he knows it's good, then fuck right off. Yeah, the average person could, hypothetically, afford it. Maybe not now in our current economy and shit situation, but the average person could afford it for the longest time. But you play by our rules. We're running like even though we're a chain restaurant, we're going to run this thing like a small hole in the wall.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Five Guys is like some snooty luxury hamburger. I'm just saying they're worried about quality and they're not willing to budge or compromise for absolutely anyone. And when I say anyone, I mean literally anyone, because in 2009, Barack Obama, the most powerful man on the planet, wanted a Five Guys hamburger. Guess what he had to do? He had to get his ass up out of the Oval Office and walk to a Five Guys and order a hamburger in line.
I'm not an Obama guy. I never was, never will be. I mean, of course, I'm more conservative, right? That's neither here nor there. I don't care if you're the fucking president. I mean, I know it's all like, that's all political families and can be used as figureheads, whatever. Long story short, I don't give a shit. Obama was not really a good president anyway. He's just, people only respect him because he's, he's the first black president, as far as I'm aware of. But what I'm saying here, I don't care if it was Donnie Boy, because quite frankly, I'm kind of losing interest in Donnie too, how MAGA's going right now. But I don't give a shit if you're the president. You're going to walk your ass in and eat like everyone else. This is the equivalent of Pizza Hut calling up and getting Gorbachev to do a commercial for them and having him sit in the restaurant with all the other civilians. Of course, that was definitely a staged commercial, but like, this is like Pizza Hut getting Gorbachev for that. I don't care how powerful of a country you lead. Your ass is sitting down and you're gonna wait for that food, and you're gonna smile when I give it to you and say thank you. That is freaking hilarious.
Just like everybody else. You don't gotta like it, but you absolutely can't not respect it. Telling the most powerful man in the world if he wants to eat one of your hamburgers, he needs to come get it, is gangster as fuck, which is not something I ever thought I would say about a fast food place, but here we are. Buh! You said at the beginning of the video that you had it DoorDash to your location, so they do deliver. Buh! No, there's a distinct difference. Five Guys doesn't deliver for anybody. But if you want to
third-party logistics-wise, then you can do that. I mean, by the same token too, McDonald's didn't deliver either. I don't ever call them a McDelivery service. I mean, it could have elapsed in time, but like, I don't recall a McDelivery. Granted, Five Guys is not fast food, right? They take a bit longer. They're a chain restaurant. They still have the sit-in restaurant mentality. You can think of it something like I'm trying to think of a good like takeout or like good sit-in restaurant that would be American. Give me a sec. I mean, I'm drawing blanks here because I'm mostly thinking of more local chains, but I don't want to say that out loud. But yeah, no, I know like a lot of restaurants. Like I know it's not the same thing. But like a pizza place, you have to go and they have their own drivers. So like a more sit-in place like that would have their own drivers to go bring the food to you. But like, it makes sense that, with the advent of Uber Eats, Skip the Dishes, DoorDash, you can have stuff third-party delivered through places that typically wouldn't. Now, granted, they've long since gone past them being cheaper than a typical restaurant, or going to a restaurant to go buy the food. Even as absorbently high gas is, it's still more expensive to DoorDash, right? Then again, too, takeout, anything, it's now really much a luxury. It's always been a luxury, but now people don't know how to cook, and it's very much more pressing that, hey, asshole, grocery stores are cheaper, but you don't know how to cook, so, you're going to still run yourself in the ground financially by getting takeout all the time. Granted, that's not everyone. I don't want to sound like a boomer here, because I damn well do my own cooking, but I will say that it's wiser to do your own cooking than it is for takeout. Just don't let yourself fall into that mentality of you need to have takeout. Please. It will save you a lot of money. Even eating like a surf, it might even save you more in the long run.
Hire a stranger to go pick it up for you? That's your business, but nobody working for Five Guys is taking you your burger because they're busy making perfection. And that's why Five Guys today is so successful. They've got over 2,000 locations with 1,000 more on the way, and they're so busy, they're not even accepting applications for future franchisees. Right out of the gate, they did pretty much everything wrong. They intentionally picked a shitty location when they were starting out. They don't deliver. They have a small menu. They're expensive in relation to their competition, and you know what? None of it matters because Jerry and his sons have mastered the field of dreams fuck you business strategy. If you make the perfect product, the customer's gonna come. Nothing else matters, and if anybody tries to distract you or veer you off course, tell them to get bent.
United States of America is based on fuck you. You're a king, you have an army, greatest navy in the history of the world. Fuck you, blow me.
That's it. That's all I got. Five Guys is literally the most gangster burger place on the planet. Literally founded by a guy who sat down and was like, I want to hang out with my sons all day, and built a multi-billion-dollar hamburger and french fry empire to do it. And if that's not the American dream, I have no idea what is. Thanks for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang out. I need to build a company so I can work with my kids forever.
That's the dream. Honest to God. That was a good video by him. I'm loving these fat files. These fat file videos, they're spectacular. I think I'm gonna watch some more. Definitely gonna check a few more of these out. Go subscribe to the Fat Electrician and like and subscribe to his video. Definitely, he made a banger of a video here. Alright, I think we're going to do another
I'm just going to be honest.
Video here. We're going to be doing the Fat Files again on Waffle House, the Roman Colosseum. I'm going to do another Fat Electrician video here on Waffle House, the Roman Colosseum of the South. I've never been to a Waffle House. I've only been to a Perkins, and that was when I was a kid, so going to a breakfast place is a novel concept to me, but I've heard stories and I've seen to an nth degree all the videos of Waffle House, so there's a certain mythos around it that I should definitely figure it out, what's going on here.
Okay, I'm just going to be honest with you. I actually debated on which channel I was going to upload this video on because on one hand, we're going over a business and the business model that it has, but on the other hand, this restaurant is basically the Roman Colosseum of the South, and I'm pretty sure if you eat there enough, you actually get a deployment patch from the US military. Regardless, I wore my schnazziest tank top for the occasion. Today we're talking about Waffle House. Okay, just to be completely clear with everybody, I was pretty sure I was not going to get caught off guard because Waffle House is already absolutely crazy. I started looking into it and then found out that Waffle House is somehow connected to the Manhattan Project from World War II. So they managed to actually surprise me, and we're going to get to it right after a word from our sponsor. Yeah, babe, what's up?
Hey, I need a boombox.
Okay, I can go get you one.
Perfect.
All right, I'll go get it now. Love you.
Love you.
All right, bye.
1 hour later.
Where's that boombox that I asked for?
Oh, it's right here. I got it for you.
Hey, you ain't wrong.
What is this?
The boombox.
No, I wanted something to play music with.
Oh, that kind of boombox. Yeah, I got this instead.
Okay, we'll go to the store and get...
I get the joke. But that's a boomstick. And that's his boomstick.
me a boombox so I can listen to music.
Can I keep this one still?
I don't care.
This video is brought to you by Delete Me. Okay, super simple business model. You give them money, they turn around and they make sure that online data brokers are not selling your personal information online. Okay, here's the deal. Pretty much anytime you use a free service on the internet and you click that little box that says, I agree to the terms and conditions, you've basically just agreed to allow them to harvest as much of your personal information as humanly possible. They then...
Delete Me again. Maybe it's useful, but with data brokers, maybe you can try your best to get access to it, but I would say not probably something I'd end up using. But definitely, Nick here, Fat Electrician, is, he can sell it. He can definitely shuck it, so I give him kudos for that.
Turn around and sell that to online data brokers, and that's how they can afford to offer you a free service. But when you have Delete Me, they go and they monitor all of these online data brokers for your personal information, and then if they find it, they submit all the opt-out forms on your behalf, so they have to take down and stop selling that information. So when you buy Delete Me, you're not actually buying anything, you're just buying your way out of all the negative consequences of all the free shit that you've already gotten. And because they continue to monitor those data brokers, you're buying yourself out of all the future negative consequences of all the free shit that you haven't even gotten yet. So if you want to give Delete Me a try, there's going to be a link and a discount code down below. Let's get back to the video. All right, Waffle House. Our story begins with a gentleman by the name of Tom Faulkner. This man graduated from law school at 23 years old, passed the bar, and immediately gets drafted in 1940 in the days leading up to World War II. Because he graduated from college, he's presented with two different options. He can A, go straight into officer training, and that's a 3-year commitment, or he can just be a normal draftee and go in as an enlisted soldier, and that is a 1-year commitment. Now, you got to remember, at this point in time, like 1940, while World War II is currently going...
I mean, ideally, if you're a draftee, not only do you not really get to pick where you're going, like, in terms of officer training, you know, the officer training, you get a bit more, maybe a cushier position, not really a cushier position, but like a safer position, or you can get more logistical training and a bit more useful skills, more than just serving as a basic infantryman. But you also get to pick which branch of the armed forces you're going to, I believe. So that extra year of staying at home may have actually doomed a lot more younger men than they would have if they had just gone a bit earlier.
Going on, America's not involved yet. The attack on Pearl Harbor has not happened, and prior to the attack on Pearl Harbor, the American
so this is before the draft. Okay, so definitely wise choice. Definitely, if he felt like it was on the horizon, then definitely a wise choice.
Did not want to go to war. Because of that, Tom Faulkner figures, hey, we're not actually going off to war. I don't want to waste 3 years of my time just being in the military, not actually, you know, fighting a war or whatever. So he chooses to be a draftee. Goes into the military as an enlisted soldier, E1 private. From there, goes off to basic training. As soon as he gets through basic training, the attack on Pearl Harbor ends up happening. America enters the war. He immediately opts to go into OCS training and commits for 3 years. After he completes the officer training course, he actually gets slotted to be a counterintelligence officer, where he does, and I quote, a lot of top secret stuff.
What top secret stuff?
You see, my identity must remain mysterious and my mission secret. I cannot reveal it to you.
You can actually tell in the interviews that he gave later on.
Oh no. Oh no. So he was part of the Manhattan Project. Oh boy.
In his life, like in his 70s, 80s, and 90s, that he's still not sure what he is and what he isn't allowed to talk about. But he did end up telling us that basically it was his job to try to sneak onto military bases, not as military personnel. So he would basically disguise himself as like a painter or a carpenter or whatever, and try to infiltrate a U.S. military base to expose weaknesses within the system.
Not to sound like soy, but like, he was a security consultant. But the way I can think of it is sort of sound soy, but or, you know, like, yo, I know that thing from Popular Thing, but, Mike and Better Call Saul, when he does a security consulting gig as a cover job, which he still takes very seriously, regardless, he's basically just doing that, but for the military, which I guess security consulting, that's actually a pretty good thing. And in fact, with modern day in cybersecurity, they, of course, as we know, with banks and high clearance areas, they will use, trained hackers, whether they were arrested hackers or trained now in the modern day of cyber warfare divisions, they will send them to do security tests on their systems and see clearances through employees. Now, typically, it's usually through the most dumbest backwards method, because the average person is going to leave a lot of back doors open, but it's their job to try to make as many corridors for hackers to get lost in the labyrinth, even if they have access to a back door. But it still remains easy enough for the employees to run their jobs. Oh, hang on.
So he does that for a couple of years, and then one day he ends up getting orders like, hey, you're going to Knoxville, Tennessee. And he's like, okay, for what? And they're like, don't fucking worry about it, just show up. So he shows up in Tennessee and he's given his orders, and those orders, I'm paraphrasing here, but they're essentially, hey, here's your partner. You two are gonna hop in that truck and you are gonna drive it from Knoxville, Tennessee to Los Alamos, New Mexico. You guys are gonna dress in plain clothes. You're not gonna look at what's inside the truck. You're not gonna talk about what's inside the truck. You're gonna take this map and take that exact route. This route avoids every major city and every major highway. You are gonna drive straight there, 53 hours straight, taking turns sleeping in the passenger seat and not stopping for any reason whatsoever. And he does this for the next year and a half, pretty much non-stop. And then like 20, 30 years after the fact, he finds out that he was actually hauling the majority of the enriched uranium for all of the nuclear testing and the building of nuclear weapons.
Good Lord. Oh boy. Oh boy. I remember this was early radiology, like radioactive study in radiology. I wonder if he was exposed to anything from this enriched uranium. I wonder, because they're not gonna be hauling that in lead boxes, are they? They're probably hauling that in like typical wooden cargo boxes. Oh shit, they yeah, they were playing with fire. Now granted, like through radioactive poison or radiation poisoning, but that's a pleasant thought.
Which, as we all know, brings about the end of World War II, at which point he gets out of the military, moves back home to Atlanta, Georgia, starts helping his dad out with his real estate agency. Now, he does that for about 10 years, and during this time, he ends up selling the house right next door to his to another guy by the name of Joe Rogers, and they pretty much become best friends. Joe Rogers was also an Army veteran. He was actually a pilot that flew B-24s in World War II. When Joe got back home after the war, he did not want to go off to college, so he actually just took the first job that he was offered, being a short order cook at a now defunct restaurant chain known as Toddle House.
That is a that's definitely that's like, because Americana didn't really come into full swing till like the late 40s, early 50s. So that was like proto-Americana, and that was when it was still finding ground footing, because like there's only maybe I can think the only thing I can think of that's still around from that point of that era of Americana, of name scheming, of like marketing and naming, would probably be Piggly Wiggly. Like, it was still finding its footing and how to make it the perfect marketing and for the naming concepts.
Worked his way up, becoming a restaurant manager, then eventually becoming a regional manager. And then one day, his neighbor and best friend, Tom Faulkner, real estate agent, always looking for the next investment, comes to him and is like, hey, I'm thinking about opening up my own restaurant. I can get the real estate deal going on that side. I just wanted to know, like, if I opened up and bought a franchise of Toddle House, would you be willing to run it for me? Now, at this point, it's like 1954, 1955. Joe Rogers has a ton of experience inside the restaurant industry, and he basically tells his best friend, like, hey, don't open a Toddle House. You should start your own thing. Toddle House's business model isn't that great. If you start your own restaurant, I will help you run it. He then goes off on vacation with his family, and by the time he comes back, Tom Faulkner has already bought the real estate and comes to Rogers and is like, cool, what's the business we're starting?
Where's Pancake's house?
What?
We stop at Pancake's house.
And within the...
I gotta watch Fargo. I really gotta watch Fargo again. I really gotta watch that, man. But my question is that, imagine, was he fucking around with him when he said they were like just bullshitting him? It's like, yeah, okay, let's not, yeah, sure, why not? Let's make this, let's do this, right? And he just comes out of nowhere saying, yeah, let's heaven or hell, let's rock. Dude's got ambition and dude's rock. That's all I can say to that one.
Span of like 6 months, the very first of what is now the legendary restaurant chain of Waffle House opens. And Waffle House is legendary, probably for all the wrong reasons. I mean, even if you've never been to a Waffle House, you've heard about Waffle House because, well, yes. I mean, Kid Rock got in a fight there. You've got Haley Booth, the viral Waffle House cook known as the last chairbender.
Oh, shit.
There's entire subreddits and YouTube channels almost exclusively dedicated to all the fights.
This was like World Star. Peak degeneracy. There was someone screaming and doing the hyena laugh. Like, World Star! World Star! I fucking hated that. God. Anyone else notice when it comes to like certain economic individuals Just in general, there's just that hyena laugh you hear. That really just sends you up the wall. Let's start. Like, just something that just irks you. It doesn't matter. And I know people are going to come at me like, "Oh, y'all racist." No, it doesn't matter the race. I've seen Asians and whites do it too. It's just something that obnoxious, almost weed laugh, if you will, like just burnt and fried out cranium, frontal cortex is just off of any form of like basic intellect, just gone. Any form of basic intellect is just wiped out from them. And it's just resorted back to the most primal, if not juvenile, behavior. This is what I saw in high school all the time. Outside of the only other thing I can think of that was not like it involved like a pancake restaurant and bullshit and crazy antics was the Denny's Grand Slam. But even then, that was a closed Denny's, wasn't it? That wasn't that like I think there's got to be a video on it somewhere. But that wasn't that like a closed Denny's. Anyway. But yeah, no, like, I've seen how many fights at these restaurants. I always thought it was, like, different, like, hole-in-the-wall restaurants, but, yeah, I guess if it was Waffle House, then yeah.
That break out at Waffle House. I remember the first time I went to a Waffle House. I stretched first, I grabbed a GoPro, I was ready to yell World Star, Nothing exciting happened. I just had delicious breakfast at like 3 o'clock in the morning, which is probably 99% of people's experiences because despite all of the negative PR, Waffle House makes a ton of money and has an incredible business model. Okay, Waffle House had about $1.4 billion in revenue last year, which is about $650,000 per location. And when you take into consideration that each Waffle House is absolutely tiny, that's really impressive. Out of their 2,100 tiny Waffle House locations, their yearly stats are 58 million cups of coffee, 124 million waffles, 153 million servings of hash browns, 272 million eggs, which is about 2% of all the eggs consumed in the United States of America, and 85 million strips of bacon. Yes, I did the math. That is about 8,000 miles worth of bacon.
I worry what you just heard was, give me a lot of bacon and eggs. What I said was, give me all the bacon and eggs you have.
So Waffle House is obviously doing something right. What exactly are they doing? Well, it all comes down to their business model and their branding. Now, with the Waffle House branding, all the negative PR about fights always breaking out at Waffle House, in a way, has actually helped them out a ton because Waffle House, by and large, is pretty much a regional chain.
Yeah.
It's
maybe that's why I haven't seen it, because if it's mostly along the, I don't even want to say Eastern Seaboard, because they're showing per state here how many there are, how many locations there are across the board here. But it definitely seems to be more, the Eastern Seaboard definitely, but it definitely runs into a point where it has to be in states where there is incentive and business to be in. You're not going to see it in Iowa or Nebraska or Wyoming. It's very small, very rurally populated states. And hell, even New York doesn't have it. That's my shocker. But like you can see, it goes all the way up to Pennsylvania, Indiana. Looks like Illinois. Yeah, it goes up to Illinois too. No, it doesn't go to Illinois. My mistake. But yeah, no, you can. Oh, yeah. Ohio, as I don't, because the number 37 is in the way. I'm having a tough time. Yeah, it runs up to Ohio. Like, it's all over the place there. But I guess maybe once again it is regional. So, kudos. Because like even me hearing about it, where I don't live anywhere near a Waffle House. I've never been to one. I know of their name. I know of its name. And maybe those fights definitely do give that incentive, like of it being a Roman Coliseum.
Primarily down in the South, yet Waffle House has become a household name pretty much everywhere in America. You could have never even seen a Waffle House, and you already know Waffle House is open 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, and they serve breakfast. Why do you...
All day breakfast. Okay, I didn't know that, but 365 days a year? So including all holidays. Huh.
you know they serve breakfast? Because their name is fucking Waffle House.
Yeah, no shit.
I mean, look at this sign. You're driving down the road, you see that, you know everything you need to know. They sell breakfast. The end. Do that with another breakfast place. If you're not from there and you don't know what a Denny's or a Perkins or an IHOP is, you have no idea. It's just
Okay, well, IHOP is International House of Pancakes, but you have to know that going in because it's just an acronym off the hop. Pun intended. But it's just an acronym. That's what you're getting with an IHOP. International House of Pancakes, but you have to know that acronym. If you don't, it's just IHOP. What is IHOP? I don't know. You have to look it up, and of course, some people are just going to never even bother just to go into it. Like, I don't want to look up what an IHOP is, I'll just go get a McDonald's breakfast. But if you're, like, pulling all-nighters and your breakfast is your morning is, like, in the evening for most people, then you want breakfast, you gotta know where you're gonna get breakfast from.
just a restaurant, maybe. Waffle House, they're selling waffles, which means there's like a 99% chance they sell other breakfast food. Fucking sold, I'm in. So already, the branding is absolutely incredible, but here's the true genius of it. Why did they call it Waffle House? Why didn't they call it Breakfast House or Bacon House or Hash Brown House? It's because waffles had the highest profit margin. I cannot stress to you enough how absolutely genius that is, right?
I get it. Pancakes a bit more ubiquitous than waffles in terms of breakfast, like pastries, because technically they are pastries. But waffles are far more iconic, right? Because you're literally making like a waffle shaped. Literally, there's whole things to make a waffle out of, and it holds its ingredients better. It can be stacked or made into different forms of, like, in terms of modification where you can add to a waffle. It's just a bit more convenient, and it's more fun shaped. So if that's what's sold far better, and people are more, oh, I can't get this really at home, I'll get like flapjacks or griddle cakes back in the 50s, right? Those were more common, and pancakes were like, you're making like griddled pancakes. Like, they're not going to be what you exactly like. They're circular, right? In shape, that's really about it. But with waffles, there's far more to them. They're far more, a bit more unique. Because how many people had a waffle maker back then? Like, that was restaurant only. You don't have that. That was like you were going to a waffle. If you're going to a breakfast place that served waffles, you're damn well getting waffles. So I can't get this at home at the time.
Because you don't need to sell breakfast, all right? Everybody's already in on breakfast, okay? I could be blackout drunk at 4 in the morning, and you could ask me, hey, do you want breakfast? I'm coming up like the Undertaker every single time. And then you go, the only thing open right now is Waffle House, okay? I was already sold on breakfast from the get-go, but because Waffle House is where we're going, guess what I'm getting? A motherfucking waffle, and they're making more money. It makes sense that Tom Faulkner was a counterintelligence officer because the man literally said 2 words and has already subconsciously tricked you into ordering the most expensive thing on the menu that makes him the most money. So the branding of Waffle House is both simple and brilliant.
Genius. Highest profit margin, but he can shuck it to you and he can sell it to you because it's the best, the most unique thing he has. Perfect.
And the rest of the business model matches that to a T. Okay, all Waffle Houses are like virtually identical. They're very small. They only seat like 30 people, and you can actually see the cook making you your food. Now, at a glance, you're just like, oh, they're just going for that like 1950s drive-through type of a vibe, which they are, but there's way more to it than that. Because the restaurant is so small, the kitchen never has the opportunity to get bogged down, meaning that they're moving tables very, very quickly. So instead of having one kitchen and 100 customers, you've got one kitchen and 30 customers, and you can just turn those tables over 3 times faster, which pretty much guarantees that every customer is going to get exactly what they wanted. Okay, they're not going in there for 5-star dining. They're going in there because they're hungry and they want breakfast, and now they're going to get breakfast really quick in a small setting that doesn't feel like a packed restaurant.
Like, their style they serve it. They don't make the waffles, or they don't, like, maybe outside there maybe some special ones, but like they serve it to you plain. Here's your syrup. Here's all the toppings and fixings already off the side in like their condensed form. Maybe get a cup of butter. There you go. Bada bing, bada boom. Do it yourself. Do how you like.
Where they have to wait in line to be seated. And I know what you're thinking. What if one Waffle House just reaches its maximum capacity, right? What if it's just completely full with a line out the door 24/7 every day of the year? Waffle House surely would build a bigger Waffle House, right? No. We're going to take the same parking lot and right next to that first Waffle House, we're going to build a second fucking
2 Waffle Houses.
Waffle House, okay? The plan is
3 Waffle Houses. What the hell? Well, fair enough. Fair enough.
Is working, and if it's not broke, don't fix it. Which is one of those things that seems dumb, but is actually brilliant. So obviously speed is key to this business model, and they've done themselves a big favor with their menu because their menu is overwhelmingly simple, okay? It's literally one side of one piece of paper. Okay, the entire menu is comprised of like 10 things. They have waffles, sausage, bacon, ham, eggs, toast, biscuits, gravy, butter, and syrup. Guess how many flavors of syrup they have? 1. It's fucking syrup flavored syrup. The entire menu is simple.
It is maple syrup. At least I hope it's maple syrup. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be maple syrup because it's what you have for breakfast. It's gonna be maple syrup. No ifs, ands, or buts. Bing, bam, boom, done.
Exactly how it's supposed to be. Oh, sorry, they have hash browns too. Sorry.
Yeah, of course, breakfast with some potatoes, but like, that's easy to do, no problem.
11 things, not 10. Anyways, moving on. Another reason they do so good is they actually might be the best fast food chain when it comes to taking care of their employees. They pay them higher than average, they have super flexible schedules, and they're one of, if not the only fast food chain that actually offers all their employees healthcare and dental insurance. Okay.
So you're in it for the long haul. I mean, they're going back to the method that the co-founder had, the bomber pilot. He was working as a shorthand cook. Right, granted, it's not a very high-skilled job. It's not a very illustrious job, but like, this takes a lot more skill than just flipping patties over at a Mickey D's. So, truth be told, it's a very profitable business model. And if you are working, and it's not only is it profitable, sorry, that's not the word I'm looking for. The phrase I'm trying to add here is that you have some more skill sets, and then to master that and add to it, in terms of efficiency, productivity, and maybe some creative flair to it, that's what you get of your employees. And of course, if they do it like how other restaurants might do, that the very few that still have the system where you can work up, if you know the restaurant inside out, you can go to managerial or possibly ownership, franchisee ownership.
And I know what you're thinking. You're like, okay, but really, how good are they actually treating the...
I mean, how many of them are popping up and how small they are? I don't think the overhead cost is terribly that large, especially how it doesn't really take as much to run these things and how small their menus are.
Waffle House employees. I got the one stat that's everything you need to know, okay? Waffle House treats their employees so well that employees are willing to commute into a natural disaster to work at a different Waffle House when the occasion arises.
Okay. That's incredible on one hand. Granted, I am a guy who did go through blizzards to get to work because I just needed like money for it. So maybe it's just me being an extra over-the-top guy. Unfortunately not appreciated in my area, in my generation. But in terms of just your employees are willing to do that, shit, that's impressive.
Yeah,
I do also want to ask is Nick is coming up with a stat as like Waffle House promoting this, or are the employees kind of being pushed in with incentivized hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, you'll be laid off slowly if you don't come in? Because there are places that have done shitty behavior like that. In fact, I've been a victim of that circumstance.
Waffle House is open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and they fucking mean it, okay? Whenever there's like a hurricane coming or some type of impending natural disaster, Waffle House organizes what they call a jump team, a bunch of Waffle House employees from a different region that's going to be unaffected because they know that their local employees are going to be busy taking care of their own family and their own houses during a hurricane, so they bring in teams from outside the region to work inside of a natural fucking disaster, and they're willing to do it.
I never said thank you.
Okay, McDonald's can barely get their employees to show up on a good day, and Waffle House has employees volunteering to commute into a fucking hurricane to make breakfast. And this is the most impressive part of the business because Waffle House has the best logistics and preparedness of any company I've ever seen ever. The only entity that beats them in logistical capacity is the United States military. Waffle House is literally ready for absolutely anything. Every single Waffle House has the playbook inside of it that details exactly how the staff is supposed to handle literally any type of emergency or situation that could possibly arise. And if for some reason the situation comes across that isn't in that playbook, after it happens, they immediately add it to the playbook. It covers tornadoes, hurricanes, floods, a hole in the roof from a branch falling, a car driving into the restaurant. You can drive a car into Waffle House and they're still planning on staying open. The playbook even has detailed plans for every type of disaster for what the local employees, while they're not working, should go home and do to make sure that their house and their family are safe as well. Every single Waffle House has a backup generator. The stovetop, it runs on propane and they have a bunch of extra propane tanks on hand. Flashlights, candles, batteries, backup water. They have a special menu of what they're able to serve when the water is out and they're running on reserve water. When a Waffle House location is going to be in a disaster area, that Waffle House stocks up on extra food, and then all of the neighboring locations in the unaffected area also stock up and stage food there to get them more food when they need it. If Waffle House is a standing structure, those motherfuckers are serving breakfast come hell or high water.
Yep.
I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I'm not fucking leaving!
Waffle House is so good at this that FEMA uses them to gauge how bad natural disasters really are. Yes, really? FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, literally uses the Waffle House Index to gauge how bad a disaster is. Okay, green, Waffle House is running as normal. Okay. Yellow, Waffle House is using...
It's real. I thought he was bullshitting. It's real. That was during Ian. Oh my.
The backup generator or having to use an altered menu. Red, Waffle House is closed. People are probably already fucking dead by that point.
I'm gonna go the extra mile. If it's red, it's Judgment Day. Gabriel has blown his trumpet. Stand and deliver.
Waffle House is literally the Terminator of the fast food industry, okay? The fact that the federal government, probably the most powerful entity on the planet, maybe ever, looks at a chain of restaurants and is like, man, if Waffle House is closed, we need to mobilize the National Guard is fucking crazy. Now, maybe you guys are thinking the same thing I was at this point in my research, and I'm like, man, I need to invest in this company. I need to see if I can open up my own Waffle House franchise. This company's awesome. And this is where the bad news comes in. I mean, technically you can franchise a Waffle House, but most of us probably can't. The company is privately owned. It's not on the stock market. It's still owned by the
best companies are privately owned. And that they only sell to their own employees for shares. I say this because that also holds out a lot more of the most recent bullshit with, I mean, people go to DEI, but Kirsha talks about it with Bridge. More privately owned companies are less affected or can be less affected by said instillments of communistic propaganda or communistic hiring practices that are meant to either destroy companies off the hop or are meant to wipe people out of the workplace of a certain group. So this does actually make me happy, even though, you know, you can't buy one, you can't build a franchise out of it. You can essentially expect that they are going by meritocracy for hiring, which I fully am on board for.
Families of the original two founders. And while they do allow franchises, they are super picky about who they let buy in to have a franchise, and they make it very, very expensive to buy in to make sure this is actually what you want. And while that is unfortunate, I think it's actually kind of awesome. It's a company that actually has morals and cares about their image more than they care about next quarter's profits, okay? It's a company that has committed themselves to making breakfast under any circumstances, and they're gonna see that through till the very end, even though they could probably make way more money by just just selling franchises and letting whoever the fuck throw up a Waffle House. And now for the fairy tale ending, Joe and Tom worked together as best friends for 62
Attaboy.
years to build Waffle House.
Look at that. This is one of the best brand images you could probably possibly have. I know it's very much, oorah, put up the veterans, put up the, not just the veterans, but the greatest generation, put them up, put them up. These guys opened it during America's golden age. And these guys are the epitome of America's golden age in their appearance, how they operate, even this photo here especially. Right? I say by golden age, I mean they're dressed in service-friendly attire. They're not terribly flashy, but they still wear the gold necktie, sort of gold tie here. But they still look friendly. The one that still has hair. It kind of reminds me of my grandfather. It's snow white, but it's combed over, that friendly service smile that he has. You can tell this guy's the front of the house. This guy would be back of house. But they're still just good old boys to come talk to you and come say hi to you. This is what the American dream does. And once again, people are gonna hear whatever I'm saying, and if they want to take it out of context, like, well, this is the golden American, they're white. No, it's not. These guys here, whether they're white or they're black, doesn't matter. This is the America I idolize. This is the hardworking, friendly mentality that I think a lot of us miss out and wish we had back. This is the type of America that we want to see back. And this is the type of face that I saw in my own grandfather, and I still see a bit of glint in his eyes. This is the type of this friendly, warm but enduring, enterprising appearance is what I see, and it is touching. Yes, it's someone else's business. These are people I will never know, but this is a kind of that warm, friendly, familiar expression I've seen of generations gone by. Not the boomers, but before boomers. This is the ones who worked for it. It's really touching a bit to see that. Just even in a photo, it's touching to see that.
Into what it is today. They both passed away at the ages of 97 and 98, and now
Baller. They lived a full life. Even if they were to die younger, they would have still lived a full life. Hell, even the one that was hauling uranium. Tom hauling uranium doesn't get affected by it. But yeah, they lived a full life. That's a good life for them.
Waffle House and their legacy lives on as that company is still being operated by their kids, and that's
a sweet ending there. So long as the kids maintain the same respect for their for the tradition that came before it, and are also willing to keep going to the future, holding the same morals and values that made the company's success, but it's still have the adaptability and enterprising spirit for it, by all means.
The American dream. Get together with one of your best friends, pick a goal, even if it's something as simple as serving breakfast to people, and never let anything get in between you and achieving your goal, even hurricanes and floods and natural disasters, apparently. Work with your best buddy for 62 years straight, and then die together and hand it off to your kids. In conclusion, Waffle House is the most American company ever, and that's why I love it. Thank you for watching.
Okay. Didn't hand it off. Hand it off technically. We can't say we give. Make sure your kids earn it. They earn that company. But they'll still get it, but make sure it's never a guarantee that they will get it outright. If you have multiple kids and they all worked for it and all have interest to keep it running, then definitely they should have it, but they should have pieces of it. But if one kid just wants to sit on their laurels and do jack shit, no, they're not getting it. Whatever wealth and fortune I have, it's going to my kids, but they're not going to know it's a guaranteed. Because whatever wealth and fortune if I ever make that amount, they're still going to work for it like I did, and like my grandfather did. That's my rule of thumb.
Way to support the channel is go buy some merch over at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang out. Just two homies that dedicated their life to serving my drunk ass breakfast at 3 a.m. I'm gonna get teary-eyed next time I go.
Godspeed, Space Cowboys. And that was the Fat Electrician's video on Waffle House. Make sure to check out the original video, like, comment, and subscribe. This was a banger of a video, actually. That's a restaurant. I'm now tempted for breakfast. I don't normally like to have takeout breakfast. But yeah, once again, check out Nick, aka Fat Electrician, aka the Fat Files, and go give a like and follow to him, and check out the original video. I think we're gonna continue on. I think we're gonna keep rolling this train here. I'm actually gonna go for a little tinkle break, so just give me a sec. Alright, I'm back. We can continue on with some more reacts here. Got some food with me. I think we're gonna watch Emp Lemon. There will never be another driver like Dale Earnhardt. I think we can watch that one. Then we can maybe call it a night soon. In this episode, we're going to be watching Emp Lemons. There will never be another driver like Dale Earnhardt. Make sure you go follow this and subscribe to Emp Lemon and subscribe and follow his video. Subscribe and follow him, as I said, and go check out his channel and go like and follow the video. I'll leave a description down below. Oh, hang on.
Disguises itself as a sport. In this episode, I'm going to talk about NASCAR, a sport which tries to disguise itself as entertaining. Today, NASCAR's Monster Energy Cup Series tours around the country racing in front of mostly empty arenas as sponsorships and television ratings continue to wane. At least with professional wrestling, while not many fans enjoy it anymore, there's still at least a small nucleus of people that still care about it. It's nearly impossible to find anyone these days who actually cares about NASCAR.
Hold on, I'm gonna give my best NASCAR noise impression.
Most people, upon hearing the name NASCAR, immediately think of a dumb sport where dumb rednecks watch cars.
Good chigga, my wigga. What the fuck? That's horrifying. Oh, it's more horrifying. Jake Paul's poor ass attempt at a car noise, or this. Actually, fucking Jake Paul's maw is probably more horrifying than this right here.
Cars go around in circles, but I'm here to tell you that's wrong. The cars actually go around in ovals. In all seriousness though, it ain't easy being a NASCAR fan. It ain't easy having to constantly justify to people why you like something that's about as popular as licorice. There was once a time when many more people liked NASCAR, but that time has long since passed. The vacuous boredom often associated with the sport today has paradoxically created intrigue for reasons why anyone would even like it in the first place. Trying to convince anybody to actually care about NASCAR is a pretty tall order, but that won't stop me from trying. Because there's one driver in the sport's turbulent history that truly embodies all of the reasons why NASCAR was, at one time, the second most popular sport in America. This is the story of Dale Earnhardt. Many of my viewers like to draw comparisons between me and a writer by the name of John Boyes, and it's a pretty fair comparison, considering John Boyes is one of my biggest inspirations as a creator today. Last Halloween, John wrote a short story about a pitcher who sells his soul to Satan and falls away from the earth in the middle of a baseball game. While this story is clearly a work of fiction, it is eerily comparable to the real life and death of Dale Earnhardt. Our story begins in the rural American town of Kannapolis, North Carolina.
This actually sounds like a very interesting analogy, though. Considering how much, you give it all to play to the game, and then the game takes you.
Sometime in the late 1960s, a young Dale Earnhardt drops out of high school and uses what little money he has to start competing at locally sanctioned dirt track races. Earnhardt most likely shares the same lofty, unobtainable pipe dream as all of his competitors, to work his way up the ranks and eventually race in the top series of NASCAR. NASCAR, like Dale Earnhardt, had its origins in the rural American South. The roots of the sport can be traced back to the Prohibition era, where moonshiners, attempting to smuggle barrelfuls of illegal whiskey, would tune up their cars to be able to outrun police. When Prohibition ended in the 1930s, the smugglers were left with nothing to do but race each other.
Yeah.
Small, unsanctioned races began to take place all across the South, but perhaps no other place became a more popular racing destination than Daytona Beach, Florida. The beaches of Daytona feature finely grained sand that forms a hard, compact surface ideal for auto racing. In the early 20th century, automotive engineers would use the beaches of Daytona to try to break the land speed record. Eventually, record attempts would migrate to the salt flats of Bonneville, Utah, leaving Daytona open for a new frontier of stock car racing. Stock car racing differs greatly from other racing series such as IndyCar or Formula One. These types of open-wheel racing feature expertly crafted machines specifically designed to maximize speed and handling. While open-wheel machines require an impressive degree of skill and finesse to operate, their design also leaves them very fragile, rendering them virtually unable to contact each other.
Precision-made, not able to take a lot of punishment at all.
They're on the track, as even a slight tap can produce a scrapyard of wrecked race cars. Because of this, open-wheel racers rarely ever touch, resulting in very clean and fluid racing. Stock cars are pretty much the complete opposite. It essentially asks the question of, what would happen if you bought a car from the dealership and started racing it? Naturally, consumer-grade cars are much more bulky and less aerodynamically dependent than their open-wheel counterparts. This allows stock cars to take much more of a beating while still remaining competitive, leading to a style of racing that is slower but much more durable and contact-heavy. It's a style of racing that started to become wildly popular in the American South. And perhaps no other man was more responsible for the rise of American stock car racing than Bill France. Bill France was a fan of stock car racing since the days of his youth in the Roaring '20s, where he would skip school to drive laps in his parents' Model T. When the Great Depression struck...
That's how you're born passionate. You take your dad's old shit box, you go for a few spins, and you fall in love. Ideally, though, is that, especially around the 20s, that was the height of the moonshine runner, so he probably was dealing with a lot of those old boys, so I learned how to tune from a very early age.
Big Bill would flee to Daytona with less than $100 to his name, but he was able to stay afloat by racing cars on the beach. Eventually, Bill France would transition from race driver to race promoter, and on February 21st, 1948, he revolutionized American motorsports by founding the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing, NASCAR. Before NASCAR, stock car racing mostly featured scattered and disorganized events with inconsistent rules. With no major governing body to sanction races, there was nothing stopping some promoters from just not paying drivers the winnings they were owed. NASCAR changed all of this by organizing a unified schedule of racing events, complete with a singular rule set, championship point system, and guaranteed driver winnings. NASCAR truly became the first legitimate...
A lot of the first, besides being moonshine runners, a lot of guys who got into motorsports at that time too were also former pilots or veterans, but mainly pilots, because pilots, they had such a need for speed, a lust for it, because of how rapidly aviation had changed throughout the course of the Second World War in terms of performance, that they, even on the ground when they were no longer needed to fly aircraft and they couldn't afford to fly privately, there's only so many jobs, they had to find an outlet for their speed, so they got into either motorcycle gangs or they got into racing.
Stock car racing league in America, and all of a sudden, the allure of earning fame and fortune through a life of racing began to attract drivers from far and wide. One of these drivers was a young Ralph Earnhardt, who in 1953 started racing full-time in NASCAR's Sportsman Series. Ralph Earnhardt's talent on quarter-mile dirt tracks made him a regional racing star in the Carolinas, and even won him the Sportsman Series championship in 1956. And even though he would use his racing talent to single-handedly lift himself out of poverty, he surprisingly didn't wish the same destiny upon his son, Dale Earnhardt. Both Ralph and Dale grew up in Kannapolis, North Carolina, a town so rural that it wasn't even incorporated until 1984. Before that, almost everyone born into this place had no way out. Only Ralph Earnhardt's racing talent could save him from a lifelong career at the local cotton mill. Dale Earnhardt saw his father as his greatest inspiration, and he saw racing as his only real ticket to success. Ralph Earnhardt didn't want his son to race, despite his own talent in the sport. Talent is a very rare thing. If everyone were talented, no one would be. Ralph Earnhardt probably knew this, and if he had his way, Dale Earnhardt would have quit racing to graduate high school and get a nice desk job in the big city. He probably never expected his son to become one of the greatest drivers ever.
No.
He never lived to see it either.
Oh.
Just 20 years after he began racing full-time, Ralph Earnhardt died of a heart attack. Dale Earnhardt could have followed his father's wishes, and if he did, he'd probably still be around today. But instead, he chose to follow in his father's footsteps. And in trying to prove to his late father that he belonged in a race car, Dale Earnhardt would accidentally become one of the best in the world.
No kidding.
Just 6 years later, he found himself at the crossroads of history.
Covering a city block a second in rush hour traffic. Take a look at that. Earnhardt blazes back into the front of this group. Here's Earnhardt, your leader, out of turn 4.
Even at the very beginning of Dale Earnhardt's rookie season in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series, his talent was undeniable. For a moment, he found himself leading the 21st annual Daytona 500, which may have been the most important race in the history of NASCAR. Daytona International Speedway is quite possibly the greatest arena ever constructed by man. The scale of this place is difficult to describe, but let's just say it's big enough to be sunny on one end and stormy on the other. This modern-day Coliseum is the fruit of one of the most ambitious engineering projects of the 20th century, conceived from the outrageous imagination of none other than Bill France. After 20 years of watching sloppy races on the beach, Bill France sought to construct a racetrack where drivers would never have to let off the throttle. The result was a 2.5-mile-long tri-oval surrounded by a 31-degree embankment. The sheer size of these corners is downright intimidating. It looks like you'd have a hard time walking up them, let alone driving on them. The mere architecture of this place boggles the mind today, so you could only imagine the amazement of the 42,000 spectators who witnessed the inaugural running of the Daytona 500. The pure spectacle of almost 60 stock cars barreling around an asphalt bowl at 135 miles per hour was something that no one had ever seen before. And after an unforgettable photo finish, the Daytona 500 immediately established itself as the most prestigious event on the NASCAR schedule. For every stock car driver in America, a win at Daytona is the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. At the time of its opening in 1959, Daytona International Speedway was the largest track of its kind. 10 years later, Bill France would build an even bigger one in Talladega, Alabama. And while Talladega Superspeedway would also go on to be very popular with fans, it would not displace the Daytona 500 as NASCAR's crown jewel event. And that's why in 1979, CBS elected to broadcast the full race live in front of a national audience. It would be the first live broadcast of an entire 500-mile motorsports event in the history of American television. NASCAR found itself in a perfect storm of circumstances, quite literally, as on the day of the race, a blizzard left most of the eastern US stuck indoors with nothing to do but watch the Daytona 500. An estimated 15 million viewers tuned into this race, and for a brief moment, some of them got to see an unknown driver by the name of Dale Earnhardt leading the race. While his father dominated on short tracks, Dale Earnhardt would find his greatest success on the big ones, even though they would also provide him with his greatest turmoil. He didn't know it at the time, nor did anybody else watching, but Dale Earnhardt was cursed. This is the story of a person and a place, a racer's relationship with a racetrack. This was merely the first chapter of Dale versus Daytona. Earnhardt would go on to finish 8th out of 41 drivers in this race. Not bad for his very first attempt at NASCAR's most coveted prize. Dale Earnhardt's rookie effort would be reduced to an afterthought, however, as everyone's attention was instead drawn to perhaps the greatest finish in the history of NASCAR.
It's all come down to this. Out of turn 2, Donnie Allison in first. Where will Cale make his move? He comes to the inside. Donnie Allison throws the block. Cale hits him. He slides. Donnie Allison slides. They hit again. They drive into the turn. They're hitting the wall. They're head on the wall. Coming down. Richard Petty is now pulling out in front. Darrell Waltrip is in second. A.J. Boyd is in third. Here they come. Waltrip trying to slingshot. Petty is out in front at the line. Waltrip Petty wins it. And here comes a $60,000 car becoming a 22-passenger school bus to bring his crew to victory lane. And there's a fight between Cale Yarborough and Donnie Allison. The tempers overflowing. They're angry. They know they have lost. And what a bitter defeat.
In just a matter of minutes, the television audience got to experience dramatic racing, a crash, an unforgettable last lap pass, NASCAR's most iconic driver setting an unbreakable record, and a bare-knuckle fistfight, all on live TV. All of a sudden,
If
the
that's
colloquial
any way to sell it, that's how you do it.
regional sport of NASCAR found itself with a national audience. The finish made it all the way to the front page of the New York Times sports section, and NASCAR would never be the same. The 1979 season saw Dale Earnhardt capture his first career win in just his 16th start. He would win the Rookie of the Year award for that season and go on to finish 7th in the overall standings in a year where Richard Petty won his 7th and final Winston Cup championship. At this point in time, Richard Petty is unanimously regarded as the greatest driver in the history of the sport. Looking at it today, his career statistics seem almost mythical. Petty's
Look at that, the king. I know who Richard Petty is. If you ever watch Cars, this is the king. This is I mean, literally they got him a voice for the character, but this is the king. And he is still called the king for that reason. And yes, the Piston Cup is the Winston Cup. 35 seasons, all the top 10s, top 5s, 200 wins. Almost 20%, give or take maybe like 18, 17% of his overall starts were victories. That's a win streak you don't see. That's incredible.
200 career victories are almost double the next driver on NASCAR's all-time win list.
Shit.
And his 7 series championships were, at the time, more than double any other driver. After the 1979 season, the mere notion of any other driver challenging Petty's throne as the greatest of all time was laughable, but if anyone were to do it, it would have to be a driver the likes of which no one had ever seen.
Where Dale Earnhardt in car number 2 is currently the leader, and he is on his way to victory and hopefully to pick up some additional points as he is on his way in his sophomore year to a national championship.
In 1980, Dale Earnhardt shocked everyone by winning the Winston Cup Series championship in just his second full-time season. Only the 15th different driver to achieve the title of NASCAR champion. Already in his young career, Dale Earnhardt had joined some elite company, but he would soon learn that even when you're great, you're still a long way from the best. Although he began with one of the greatest starts to any career in NASCAR history, Earnhardt's car owner Rod Osterlund would unexpectedly sell his race team midway through the 1981 season. Earnhardt reacted poorly to this transition and struggled for the next few seasons while bouncing from owner to owner. After going winless in 1981, Dale Earnhardt had the worst statistical season.
Sometimes you need good management to reel in the golden boy horse. What's a horse without his jockey? Or a good trainer.
Of his career the following season, finishing the 1982 campaign with an abysmal average finish of 19th, while failing to finish more than half of his races for the year. After such a promising beginning, Earnhardt's Winston Cup career had slammed straight into a concrete wall.
I tell you, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. When you do that in a hot car...
Oh, we've got trouble in turn 1. Look at that, 2 automobiles. That's Dale Earnhardt in the Wrangler Jeans machine.
One of Earnhardt's 18 DNFs for the season resulted from a violent crash at Pocono that sent his number 15 Ford skidding on its roof down the embankment of the first corner. The accident would fracture his kneecap, but it wouldn't stop the scrappy Earnhardt from racing the very next week at Talladega, where he would suffer another hard crash. This was surely the most trying time of Earnhardt's racing career. Many at this time began to wonder whether Earnhardt's 1980 championship was just a fluke. But Dale Earnhardt was not like the other drivers. He wasn't racing for the fame or the fortune. He was racing to prove that he belonged. He was racing to prove himself to his late father, and when a man is dead set on accomplishing an impossible task, he will never stop chasing it. When faced with the lowest moment of his career, Dale Earnhardt did what he always did. He waited for an opportunity and pushed forward.
Fuck you, buddy. Earnhardt going to turn 3 at 200 miles an hour. Winds it up, fires it in there. A brilliant maneuver by Earnhardt. The checkered flag belongs today to Dale Earnhardt.
Stock car racing's all-time winner, Richard Petty.
When you need a mower, go with the best. Go with Lowe's.
You'll be a winner at Lowe's.
Every weekend throughout America, there is great NASCAR racing.
I wouldn't be anywhere else.
This around. Did they get like fell and like connected like it's really almost like recently they got caught. Either way. Yeah, the old shape of like
Is this the best a man can get? Is this the best a man can get? But something finally changed.
Yes, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. Okay? I'm fucking better than you. Okay? Much better. You are garbage. I'm losing my mind tonight because of how stupid the majority of the country is.
Hey, we were watching that!
Join the club today and you'll see why 2019 won't be like 1984.
7 years ago now.
So that's the story of the 1984 Talladega 500. This man, Dale Earnhardt, is successful.
In 1984, Dale Earnhardt found himself with a new owner, Richard Childress, and a new car number, 3. He would stick with both of them for the rest of his career. Under Childress, Earnhardt's career would immediately begin to rebound, and it would mark the beginning of his finest era. By 1986, Earnhardt would be champion once more, becoming just the 11th driver in history to win multiple NASCAR championships. In 1987, he had the best statistical season of his career, finishing the year with 11 wins and his 3rd Cup.
Okay, that's impressive. That's pretty good. That must have really racked up a couple. Not, I mean, we really got there with the points. I mean, now he's got his number 3 car and everything's going well. This is how we know Dale, number 3. And another Winston Cup champion. That's impressive.
Championship. And after this dominant season, Earnhardt would return in black, embracing his.
There we go. That's the one we know. The good wrench.
New role as the Intimidator. Now would probably be a good time to explain what exactly made Dale Earnhardt such a potent racer. Yeah. Well, Dale Earnhardt first learned his racing style from watching his father slide around on dirt tracks, and he never really unlearned it. Remember earlier how I mentioned that the durability of stock cars allows them to more easily bump into each other?
This is a given, yes. If you've ever seen any dirt track racing, this is even very much contact. It's very contact heavy in dirt track especially. They're right up against each other, so they're constantly tapping away.
Well, Dale Earnhardt would take this idea and turn his vehicle into a weapon. Earnhardt would make frequent use of the bump and run, a racing tactic where a driver uses the inertia of their own car to move other drivers out of the way and advance their position. It's a maneuver that's practically unheard of in open-wheel racing because it's really only possible in a series like NASCAR. Even within NASCAR, the bump and run is still a highly controversial move. Racing purists consider it a dirty tactic, as it detracts from the skill of outlining your competitors. Other fans view it as a valid and
I mean, in terms of NASCAR and dirt track racing, you're not using, like, while it's considered stock car racing, they're not really stock cars since, like, the 80s. They went full fiberglass components in, like, the mid to late 80s, early 90s. So it doesn't really per se matter when it's just mostly a steel, like a steel chassis, like a steel tube chassis. Now granted, if this was like Grand Touring racing, like touring car racing, this would be far more dirtier because those are actual body chassis components, especially if you're doing like amateur racing or even toge or street racing. This is very much a shitty technique, but you're talking about dirt track racing or, of course, NASCAR here. Well, they're literally just fiberglass shells. Like it's not like you have to spend thousands of dollars on paintwork. These things are not really meant to. These cars after one race, I believe with NASCAR, they only last like one race. Not in the engine, but like they replace the cars every single race. After every single race, once it's done, once that weekend's over, they got to go build up a new car.
necessary part of stock car racing, considering it's a viable strategy that's not against the rules.
Yeah, Robin's
Your
racing.
outlook of this issue most likely determined whether or not you were a fan of Dale Earnhardt, as his frequent use of the bump and run quickly made him one of the most polarizing drivers in NASCAR, and his notoriety would only grow as he became one of the most dominant drivers in the sport. For many drivers, nothing was scarier than seeing Dale Earnhardt in your rearview mirror. If you saw the number 3 Chevy behind you, you would either get out of his way, or he would make you get out of his way. For many years, Earnhardt was NASCAR's greatest heel.
It's not fair, and they try to race nice and clean. And
You know, the thing of it is, you go out and you run as hard as you can all day long, and then him trying to cut you out to outrun it, that ain't the way I was brought up racing.
I guess what they were insinuating, don't go run into Dale Earnhardt.
If you weren't an Earnhardt fan, it was probably very easy to hate him, because there was a good chance you could recall a time when he wrecked your favorite driver. Despite Earnhardt's tendency to enforce his will upon other drivers on the track, he certainly had his fair share of supporters. Dale Earnhardt raced in real life how anybody races the first time they pick up a NASCAR video game. The other drivers were just obstacles separating him from first place. Many fans found Earnhardt's cavalier style endearing and relatable. He would struggle and claw for every single position, much like how many fans in the poor American South had to struggle for every paycheck. Who cares if he bangs up some other cars, he's just trying to win like the rest of them. An uneducated small-town hick with no other prospects trying to turn lemons into lemonade. For anyone stuck in rural America, Earnhardt represented the way out. Standing outside of his car, Earnhardt was just like them. But as soon as he stepped inside that black number 3, he transformed into a racing god.
Absolutely.
A lot of Earnhardt's detractors pointed to his racing style as an unfair crutch, but eventually, for anyone watching long enough, his talent was undisputable.
Yeah, that's the thing. If he was just tapping and running away and that was it, like, you know, and then he just kept losing races, then he would have not been talented at all. But he was able to keep lead and pole positions and hold them in all these countless victories even before then. Even before this complete bump and run tactic became his main tactic. He was already winning constantly. Or had, even though he may have had a bad season or two, but he was still highly competitive.
And Earnhardt loses it, goes on the grass, comes back, and Earnhardt still got the lead.
Yeah, to recover from that, like those speeds, that's impressive.
Although Dale Earnhardt remains one of the most
that takes a finesse and a calm steel nerve to do.
memorable NASCAR drivers.
Like, I have personal experience with understeer and hydroplaning, and once again, I've admitted before in stream, I used to do street racing. I've long since retired from it, but you learn rally technique skills like from training and practicing yourself. You know how to make a car respond to you on uneven climate and at even higher speeds. But this guy's going at like high triple digit speeds. This is astronomically high speed.
This day, he was never the most popular driver. That distinction belonged to Bill Elliott.
Yep. You know, the thing of it is, I have been not the aggressive driver all my life. You know, I've tried to give and take with the best of the things. But when a guy cuts you off that bad and that obvious, it's time to take the other cheek.
Awesome Bill from Dawsonville, Georgia, was in many ways a foil to Dale Earnhardt. He, too, came from a racing family and rose to prominence in the 80s as one of NASCAR's best.
Family.
The soft-spoken and humble Elliott.
I wouldn't say that he's a rich kid's boy. He's definitely not. You can definitely see that from his family, but he was definitely from wealthier stock. And he was very humble and soft-spoken. You can hear in his voice, too. He's not as brash. He's more that cooler demeanor, Southern hospitality.
It contrasted heavily with the outspoken and brash Earnhardt. Whereas Earnhardt would gain notoriety for his combative racing style, the name of Elliott's game was speed. Over the past decade in NASCAR, the overall speeds of the race cars had gradually risen, especially on the giant superspeedways of Daytona and Talladega. In 1984, Cale Yarborough became the first stock car driver in history to set a 200-mile-per-hour qualifying lap at Daytona. The very next lap, he would lose control and total his race car. As the speeds crept upwards, the drivers crept ever closer to the edge of control. Despite the newfound risk, NASCAR's top speeds continue to climb.
I know of Hardee's, I just seeing that's an old logo, ain't it?
With each new superspeedway event, engineers and crews would roll out ever so faster cars. And from 1985 to 1987, no car was faster than Bill Elliott's red and white Ford Thunderbird. Perhaps his most stunning achievement came in the 1985 Winston 500, when Elliott cut an oil line and fell 2 laps behind the leaders, only to make up the entire deficit under green and win the race. His car was simply that much faster than the others.
In modern times, nobody has monopolized NASCAR racing like Bill Elliott. He has raced around this season faster than a person throwing double sixes.
2 years later at the same event, Bill Elliott would set NASCAR's all-time speed record, 212.8 miles per hour. For comparison, the pole speed for the Indianapolis 500 that same year, the fastest open wheel race, was 215. It's also important to note that, on average, a stock car weighs about twice as much as an Indy car. There's been a pretty big elephant in the room during this whole video. So far I've talked on and on about the history of NASCAR, but I've yet to explain why people actually like it.
Why do people like
I mean,
NASCAR?
sure, it's easy to cherry pick the sport's most exciting moments, but what about the other...
Unless you're like a diehard motorsports fan, but to be a motorsports fan, you have to be a gearhead to start off with. If you're not a gearhead, then why would you ever watch NASCAR or even become a fan of it if you don't have a complete interest in like mechanical and tinkering on cars and tuning vehicles?
99% of the time is just regular old-fashioned racing.
Sure.
What's the appeal of watching cars go around in circles? Well, long story short, people don't watch NASCAR for the same reasons they watch other sports. You can pick up a football and start playing right now in your backyard. You can't just hop in a NASCAR and start racing people. In order to understand the appeal of NASCAR, we have to talk about soldiers, astronauts, and prestige. Being a soldier comes with a certain amount of prestige. Most people find their sacrifice admirable, but you don't have to search far to find people who disagree. You'd be hard-pressed, however, to find anyone who doubts the prestige of an astronaut.
Absolutely.
You can talk about intelligence and science degrees and technical skill all you want, but the fact of the matter is that soldiers fight against other soldiers in man-made wars, while astronauts fight against the surly bonds of nature itself.
True.
It takes bravery to volunteer yourself to go fight in some far-off foreign land, but it takes a whole nother level of bravery to strap yourself into a pressurized metal canister and fly out of the top of the sky. Astronauts have so much prestige because they come the closest to kissing the snarling jaws of certain death. There's no denying that war is also deadly, but humans have been fighting and killing each other since the dawn of man. It's easy to understand the nature of warfare. It's difficult to understand the limits of nature itself. And nothing is more terrifying than what we don't understand.
Challenger.
Who am I kidding? This is a dumb analogy. NASCAR drivers are nothing like astronauts. I mean, come on. Have you ever seen a NASCAR fly?
Oh, I've seen enough. But this is the one that people...
In the race immediately corresponding with Bill Elliott's record-breaking qualifying lap, Bobby Allison would blow a tire in the tri-oval. The back of his car would lift off the ground and sail into the catch fence at nearly 200 miles per hour. It turns out that if you spin a car sideways at a fast enough speed, the aerodynamics will force the car aloft like the wing of an airplane. In the 1987 Winston 500, the 210 mile per hour pace was enough to lift up Bobby Allison's 3,500 pound race car like a piece of paper. For a brief, surreal moment, all of NASCAR stood still. By pure chance, Allison's left front fender clipped the wall the instant before the back of his car hit the catch fence, which redirected the momentum of his car away from the spectators. Had Allison spun at just a slightly different angle, we could have witnessed a tragedy on the scale of the 1955 Le Mans disaster, where an out-of-control race car was projected into the stands at a very high speed. 83 spectators...
Le Mans. This was... You don't understand the horrors of Le Mans to get it. Because with Le Mans, first off, the drivers, of course, didn't wear seatbelts for the reason of what happened, because it was better to not burn in the car and die. It was better to fly out the car and be killed immediately upon impact. But with Le Mans, what made it especially horrific was that the car the Mercedes was running in was a magnesium alloy. If you know, magnesium, when it catches fire, it burns bright, it burns hot, and you can't put it out until she's out. So when it went flying, not only did it catch fire, but it was burning wreckage and engine, like the whole engine, I believe, went flying too out of the car, mauling and decapitating spectators. That number is there for that reason. And remember, Le Mans is also a fairground. There was women, children, fathers, mothers, kids wiped out. Sons and daughters just wiped out. And it was also the reason with Le Mans too, it also led to I believe a 20-year ban, or there was a 5-8-year ban in motorsports in, I believe, parts of Europe, including France, because of post-war, the horrors of it invoked memories of the war only a decade prior, and no one wanted to see another death toll like that again.
Spectators were killed in the catastrophe, leading many European nations to place a temporary ban on all motorsports. To this day, it remains the deadliest accident in racing history. Allison's car had sheared a 100-foot gap in the protective fencing, and NASCAR fans found themselves staring into an eerie window of what could have happened. Miraculously, only 5 spectators were injured, and no one was killed. The line between driver and spectator had been severed, and it could have ended NASCAR entirely. Fortunately, NASCAR would make good use of their second chance, as the era of speed came to a permanent end. This accident would force NASCAR to implement restrictor plates at all future superspeedway races.
Once again, a very simple design. This is for the intake on the carburetor. Because just below the carburetor, there's this. And this simple plate, rather than a free flow, where air can enter just a wide port into the engine on the intake. Rather, you have a while the air is pressurized, a very restricted flow from only these 4 portholes into the engine, allowing for far less air, which means that the air needed at higher RPMs to produce the amount of horsepower it takes to propel the car further and faster is no longer there. So while the car can spin up to that RPM, it's not going to generate far much more power. If any more power at all, so no matter what the gearing you have in your car, it's not going to go any faster than a set limit. This is why they made this in particular. While stupidly simple, it's ingenious outright.
Which would limit the horsepower of all cars to keep them below dangerous speeds. This would profoundly change the way drivers raced at Daytona and Talladega. Gone were the days of Bill Elliott making up 5 miles under green. Restrictor plates made it so that cars could no longer pull away from each other, instead emphasizing the attractive effects of slipstream. Simple racing moves such as passing were now drastically altered, as timing and aerodynamics were now much more important than speed and handling.
Restrictor ate it all up. It made everybody the same speed, and that made it probably more dangerous than when we were running 210.
Naturally, many drivers were unhappy with this new change, and no driver hated restrictor plate racing more than Dale Earnhardt.
As slow as all of us is running, there'd probably be trouble everywhere.
Which was a little odd, considering he was the best restrictor plate racer on the planet.
That's incredible. On dirt tracks too, a very compact track on dirt, you're right up against each other. So if he mastered that, he's already in his mindset. It's already ingrained in him how to fight on these types of races. I'm all for saying the races have always been for high speeds. It's always been one of the fastest tracks in the U.S. I think it took some of the glamour out of the Daytona 500, and yet there he is, win after win, except for the 500.
It was one of the most dominant
62 races, 24 wins, 47 top 5s. Jesus.
Dominant runs of any race category in motorsports history, and it happened during a time when NASCAR had arguably its toughest ever competition.
Yeah, this was the golden era of NASCAR. This was the golden era.
The 90s truly were a golden age of NASCAR in popular culture. Attendance and television ratings steadily rose as movies like Days of Thunder drew intrigue from across the nation. Big brands and TV networks were lining up to capture their own slice of the booming NASCAR scene. NASCAR had gone fully national, and it had fundamentally transformed itself from a simple
boomers I knew had garages with a Corvette or muscle car in it, or a classic car, and they had NASCAR merchandise of the 90s littering the garage. You know how many there were?
Showcase of speed
and I guarantee you go into a garage, you're going to see that.
Prior decade. The sponsors, drivers, tracks, and cars had all changed, but one thing remained the same. Dale Earnhardt was dominating the competition. From 1990 to 1994, Dale Earnhardt would win 4 more Cup championships, tying Richard Petty's record of 7, a record considered by many to be untouchable just 10 years prior. With each new championship, it became harder and harder for people to disregard Earnhardt's success. Although many still resented his racing style, you can't win 7 NASCAR championships without being a pretty talented driver.
What would you consider this to be? Like a Virgil and Dante situation? Petty, lawful. I mean, you can't even say which one's evil or which one's wrong, because, like, yeah, Virgil's a villain, is the antagonist, right? But, like, he was lawful. Dante's chaotic. This is very much like the lawful and chaotic side of things.
Earnhardt's detractors were simply running out of excuses to deny his greatness. Soon, there was only one thing keeping Dale out of the conversation for the greatest of all time.
Now, you've not won Daytona, right?
I've won Daytona, the firecracker race in July, but I haven't won the Daytona 500. That's like the Super Bowl race for us.
After 17 years of effort, the Daytona 500 belongs to Franklin, Tennessee's Darrell Waltrip. He's done it.
I won the Daytona 500! I won the Daytona 500!
In 1989, Darrell Waltrip won his first and only Daytona 500 in his 17th attempt. At the time, he was considered the best driver to never win it, and after he did, everyone was left to wonder about the next best driver to take Waltrip's place. Immediately, many thought of Dale Earnhardt, who had yet to win the Daytona 500 after 11 tries. But surely in 1990, while entering the final corner of the final lap in first place, after leading 3/4 of the race, Earnhardt could put the narrative to rest.
They still run single file, halfway down the back straightaway, half a lap to go. Still, Earnhardt now stretching his lead by another car length over Cope. The body can't do anything with Cope either. Earnhardt's car blows up. Earnhardt blows a tire in turn number 3.
And on the outside, it is car number 10, Derek Cope. Something amiss on the Earnhardt car. Coming to the line. It's Labonte pulling up and an amazing finish.
Oh, that's got sting. And he's coping and seething.
Dale, what the heck happened on the last lap? We run over some debris and cut a right rear tire down, David. Just a 1/4 of a lap away from victory.
In 1991, Earnhardt would damage his car after hitting a seagull, forcing him to pit. He would battle all the way back to 2nd place before crashing with 2 laps to go.
Dale Earnhardt fails to win the Daytona 500 again.
In 1992, Earnhardt would get caught up in a crash that wasn't his fault. A newfound consequence of restrictor plate racing were massive crashes that would often wipe out over a dozen cars. After a while, these crashes seemed almost inevitable due to the extremely close pack racing that now resembled rush hour traffic, but at 190 miles per hour. One slight error by a single driver could spark a chain reaction that would take many cars out of the race. It was one of Earnhardt's main reasons for hating restrictor plate racing, and he would fall victim to it numerous times. In 1993, Earnhardt would once again lead most of the race, only to finish 2nd after Dale Jarrett passed him on the final lap. After a 7th place finish in 94, Earnhardt would finish 2nd again in 1995, and again in 1996. Later in the 96 season...
So he keeps getting closer and closer and closer and closer, and it just keeps eluding him. That's infuriating.
Earnhardt would suffer a horrific-looking crash that sent his number 3 Chevy tumbling down the Talladega front stretch.
Dale Earnhardt attempting to walk to the ambulance as he walks away from one of the worst incidents in his racing career.
While it was known that Dale Earnhardt hated restrictor plate racing, it was starting to look like restrictor plate racing hated him.
all those frustrating years for Earnhardt. So close, so many times when it should have been his, and it wasn't.
If we get the right help, we're at the right place at the right times. Like I just told Richard, I said, what do you think? You know him better than I do. He said, I've been here a lot of times before, and you can bet he's been in the floor pan right now with that throttle pedal, but if it's racing God's time to shine on that 3, we'll just have to see.
As was the formula at this point, Earnhardt ran up front all day and found himself in a battle for the lead with just a few laps to go. And all of a sudden, he found himself on his roof once again.
Earnhardt, oh, Jarrett's loose. Oh, down the back straightaway. Big trouble. Earnhardt out. Up and over, number 3. And for the 19th time, Lady Luck deals a bad hand.
I'm not sure I actually believe in cursing.
Here, Ken Squire was definitely possibly one of the most underrated sports broadcasters of their time. Or just announcer, because I can't think of a guy who's thrown out so many bangers of quotes than Ken himself. Because like every newscaster's got their one timeless one. And of course there's the humanity from the Hindenburg disaster. I can't remember the broadcaster's name. And of course you have like announcers like Jim Ross or like just pop culture, right? But Ken Squire just for it wasn't a complicated lexicon of words that he had, but you know how to deal them out and give out a nice bow on everything to encapsulate a moment. And he's with Dale, he encapsulated all of his tribulations, definitely.
But Dale Earnhardt's misfortune in the Daytona 500 really made me consider it. For some wicked reason, the 7-time NASCAR champion and best superspeedway racer in the world could not, for the life of him, win this one superspeedway race. Earnhardt's gut-wrenching futility at this one event is made even more insane when you consider that he's the winningest driver in the history of the track. No, seriously. By 1997, Earnhardt had won pretty much every stock car event at Daytona multiple times over, all except the one that mattered most. After 19 tries and 19 failures, he should have been completely discouraged. But Dale Earnhardt was not a quitting man.
No.
He wasn't even willing to quit this race.
What a pile of grit. Earnhardt is in the car. He's barking instructions to the crew. This thing is so beat up. If Earnhardt can make one lap or two, it's an absolute miracle.
Even though he no longer had any chance of winning, Dale Earnhardt would hop out of the ambulance and back into his mangled car to finish the race. When faced with the lowest moment of his career, Dale Earnhardt did what he always did. He waited for an opportunity and pushed forward.
I'm hearing a deja vu.
But Earnhardt has a benefit. There's a slow car up ahead.
And there's trouble coming off of turn 2. Some cars get tangled. It might be this. Whoever gets back to the start-finish line, they'll get the white and the yellow together.
20 years of trying, 20 years of frustration. Dale Earnhardt will come to the caution flag to win the Daytona 500. Finally, every man on every crew has come out to the edge of pit lane to congratulate the man who has dominated everything there is to win in this sport, except this race, until today. They used to boo Dale Earnhardt when he was winning too much. That'll happen if you dominate any sport. But today, when they introduced the Intimidator, the crowd was full of cheers.
For all them race fans and all them people have been saying, Dale, this is your year. Dale, this is your year. And boy, a lot of them said it this year. The Daytona 500 is ours. We've won it, we've won it, we've won it.
Thank God. That's a man who's just ecstatic. That's it.
The hangover from Earnhardt's Daytona 500 victory lasted throughout the 1998 season, where Dale would not win another race and finish a distant 8th in points.
Man.
Perhaps overcoming the single greatest foe in his racing career was a little demotivating. After winning the 500,
he wept, for there were no more worlds left to conquer.
Earnhardt had almost nothing left to accomplish. He could have tried for another championship, breaking the tie with Richard Petty, but both he and a lot of others began to tell that his age was starting to get the best of him.
Definitely.
Later in the 98 season, Earnhardt suffered his second hard crash at Talladega in 2 years. In the post-race interview, Earnhardt for the first time ever sounded fed up, exhausted, and demoralized.
What was the day like up to that point?
It was good. It's
not good racing, though. Y'all can talk about all you want. It ain't good racing.
In 1999, Earnhardt would infamously dump Terry Labonte to win at Bristol.
Leader change and Labonte takes the lead. And meanwhile, Ricky Rudd trying to...
That's Bristol, though. You see the size of the track compared to Daytona. There's far lower speeds out here. This is more of a tight-knit racing, but even then, the offset of that is just a terrible, terrible outlook.
Spins him out. Dale Earnhardt takes the checkered flag.
Any goodwill he had from his crowning achievement just a year prior had worn out its welcome, as Earnhardt was showered in a chorus of boos from the 140,000 in attendance. At this point, Earnhardt and the fans had a mutual yearning for something new.
I'm here with Dale Earnhardt after he just won the Die Hard 500.
What's the question, dude?
How was the race?
Checkered flag. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is Texas Motor Speedway's second first-time Winston Cup winner.
While Dale Earnhardt never achieved his dream of racing alongside his father, he was able to race alongside his son. Dale Earnhardt Jr. made his full-time Winston Cup debut in 2000 under his father's own race team. Dale Jr. captured his first career win in just his 12th overall start, almost 21 years to the day of his father's first win. In Victory Lane that day, Dale Sr. appeared to take more pride in his son's accomplishment than any of his own. Racing with his son seemed to renew Dale Earnhardt's sense of purpose. Some would say that's all.
That's a great father. You don't even know
all he ever really wanted.
Number 8. He took legacy of his grandfather. That's really sweet.
To race side by side with his own flesh and blood. And although the aging Earnhardt was nearing the end of his career, he would still make you think twice.
But you gotta think of it this way too. Earnhardt, far more prestigious than I guess Junior, but you got number 3, and it's almost half of the 8 in terms of how the font typesetting is. So in a funny way, he's completing that full circle, the full infinity.
About questioning his greatness.
Oh, there it is.
Earnhardt trying to come up through the middle. Through a minefield of race cars at 190 miles an hour. And here comes Earnhardt. How did he get through all these cars? How he did that. The Intimidator is scraped and beat on the right side. But he will not be denied. And Earnhardt is going for the lead. And listen to this crowd of 170,000 strong. Take his 10th career victory at Talladega.
Legend has it that Dale Earnhardt was so good at restrictor plate racing because he could see the air coming off of the other cars and used this ability to perfectly time his passes. Dale Earnhardt's 76th and final career win came, fittingly, in a restrictor plate race at Talladega.
But take a look at this moment. That is Michael Waltrip, out of control, tri-oval, into a series of sidewinders. 9 shattering snap rolls.
Prior to the start of the 2001 season, DEI signed Michael Waltrip to drive the number 15 Chevy. Michael Waltrip had spent his entire career racing in the shadow of his older brother Darrell, and after 15 lackluster seasons, Michael Waltrip was still seeking his first career win. Dale Earnhardt believed in Michael, however, and he would open 2001 racing not just with his son, but with his team. I think all of you know what happens next. It was probably the only thing you knew about Dale Earnhardt. On one February afternoon, Dale Earnhardt would enter his black number 3 for the final time.
In 2001, that would have been the biggest story of the year, the most tragic story. Months later, we all know what happened.
we've all been fearing this kind of racing is going to happen.
A horrible crash on the back straightaway that began when Tony Stewart got turned sideways against the backstretch wall number 20.
Boy, and it gets hit by every car in the field, seems like, and Tony Stewart's car just took a whale of a ride. God help all of them because there's no place to go.
Incidentally, the crash would leave Dale Earnhardt in third position behind the DEI cars of Dale Jr. and Michael Waltrip. As the laps wound down, everyone began to realize that Dale Earnhardt wasn't trying to win the race. Rather, he was holding back the rest of the field so that his team could win instead. Dale managed to hold off everybody until the final corner of the final lap.
3 wide behind them.
You got him, Mikey. You got him, man. You got him.
Get him in the
3 car down.
Oh! Big trouble!
The cameras cut away from the accident. It should have been one of the happiest moments in NASCAR history, as Darrell Waltrip joyfully commentated his brother's first win on the grandest stage of all. A storybook ending to a picturesque day of thrilling, action-packed racing. And then the cameras cut to Dale Earnhardt's crumpled vehicle lying at rest in the infield grass. Nobody knew it.
Hey Chapiso, I'm doing fine. I'm just coming to the end of the stream. We're just gonna finish up this video here and I'm gonna call it a night.
At the time, but the greatest tragedy in NASCAR history had just occurred. Dale Earnhardt, NASCAR's greatest driver, was dead at 49.
This is undoubtedly one of the toughest announcements that I've ever personally had to make. But after the accident in Turn 4 at the end of the Daytona 500, we've lost Dale Earnhardt.
The official cause of death is listed as a basilar skull fracture sustained as a result of blunt force trauma. When Dale Earnhardt struck the Turn 4 wall, he died instantly. Looking back on it all today, it's hard to believe it even happened. Dale Earnhardt was NASCAR's Iron Man, the toughest driver in the sport. He hadn't missed a race since his rookie season. He walked away from this, and this. Why did he die from this? How did no one die from this crash earlier in the race? Well, at over 190 miles per hour, destinies can be profoundly altered by a matter of inches. NASCAR's greatest tragedy was avoided by inches, and NASCAR's greatest tragedy was caused by inches. In the lap 173 crash, Dale Earnhardt was just inches away from getting collected. Ironically, if Earnhardt had just been a little less fortunate here, it's likely that he would still be alive today.
I remember him coming on there, and I can't remember if it was before or as soon as the wreck happened or during the red flag, but he said, "Richard, if they don't do something to these cars, it's going to end up killing somebody."
Dale Earnhardt was always aware of NASCAR's darkest secret. He just never imagined that he'd be the one reminding everyone of the truth. NASCAR is caked with the blood of dead drivers. The reason NASCAR was so compelling was because it was deadly. Obviously, no one actively wished death upon drivers, but it was mutually understood as an inherent risk of gliding around in a 3,500-pound hunk of metal at 190 miles per hour. Every few years or so, a driver would unexpectedly die in a race. Since the very beginning of the sport, this was the dark reality in the back of everyone's mind. You never wanted to see it happen, but when it did, you accepted it as inevitable and moved on. Dale's death was very different, though. Many racing fans still haven't moved on. It was just too painful. The biggest icon in racing dying in the middle of the biggest event. Imagine if
Mike... as far as I'm aware of, is that, to put it simply, it was a broken neck when they found him. And when they found him, they knew he was dead the moment they looked inside, because it wasn't gory, but they found his head laying flat on his shoulder, a sign that his neck completely snapped and spine had severed from his spinal cord had severed. He was dead. Like, there was no question about it.
Michael Jordan died during the NBA Finals, or if Tom Brady died during the Super Bowl. This is what it felt like watching Dale Earnhardt die in the Daytona 500, and in my humble opinion, it's the single worst tragedy in the history of American sports. Even though Dale Earnhardt's death was a devastating shock for the millions of fans watching, you could at least take solace in knowing that he probably wouldn't have wanted to go out any other way. Dale Earnhardt died doing what he loved, and his final memory was watching his own drivers speeding towards the finish line with nothing but open racetrack in front of them.
I think Dale Earnhardt is the best race driver that's ever been in a stock car. How do you feel about that?
Well, yeah, that's a big statement. I think my dad was the greatest when it comes to racers.
For as much as he accomplished, no one knew for sure if Dale ever felt he proved himself to his father. It's a burden he took to his grave, leaving us to wonder about Dale much in the same way Dale had to wonder about Ralph. The only thing we know for sure is that Dale finally caught up with his father's ghost. The story doesn't end here. Although NASCAR suffered perhaps its greatest ever loss, they still had 35 more races to run that season. When faced with their lowest moment, NASCAR had no other option but to push forward.
Park has the run off the high side. He clears the body, and Steve Park scores the second straight win for Earnhardt Incorporated and the second win of his career.
Boy, and that team, that company, Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, they needed that.
With an Earnhardt hat in his hand, Steve Park will drive to victory lane.
They needed that.
With an Earnhardt hat.
Final win of Park's career.
For Earnhardt Incorporated and the...
So he took it on Steve. He took it
to run that season. When faced with their lowest moment, NASCAR had no other option but to push forward.
Park has the run off the high side. He clears the body, and Steve Park scores the second straight win for Earnhardt Incorporated and the second win of his career.
Boy, and that team, that company, Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, they needed that.
With an Earnhardt hat in his hand, Steve Park will drive to victory lane.
Calling Ricky Kevin Harvick to fill Earnhardt's vacant race car. Harvick would make his Winston Cup debut following the week with a new number 29.
Just like a year ago, he's going to get him, though. He's going to get him. Gordon got loose in Harvick. Harvick by inches. Harvick by inches. A replay of a year ago with Dale Earnhardt and Bobby Labonte.
Look at Kevin Harvick as the fans saluted Dale with the number 3 on the third lap. Kevin Harvick salutes him on the way to victory lane.
If I was him, I'd run that thing out of gas riding around here.
What could be more fitting? What could be more special?
For the lead in turn 4. Dale Earnhardt Jr. rockets to the front at Daytona. Listen to the crowd.
And look at this crowd behind him. Look at this place behind him.
Here they come. Turn 4. Final lap of the Pepsi 400. Michael Waltrip in second, but it's going to be Dale Earnhardt Jr. using lessons learned from his father to go from 6th to 1st and score the victory in the Pepsi 400.
That's unbelievable.
Yes!
Man behind you did it.
Yes.
You guys celebrate. Love you, man. You did it.
That was beautiful. Very, very nice.
Junior, you happy?
All right.
Look at that smile.
Wow.
And with the most cathartic moment in NASCAR history, Dale Earnhardt Jr. would win at the track that took his father's life just 5 months earlier. For many fans, this win was enough to heal the wounds from the tragedy of that year's Daytona 500. Some fans thought this finish was literally too good to be true, and that NASCAR rigged it. A compelling theory until you consider the years of DEI restrictor plate dominance that followed.
Absolutely.
From 2001 through 2003, DEI carried the torch of Dale Earnhardt's restrictor plate prowess by winning 9 of the 12 superspeedway events. In 2004, Dale Jr. would achieve what took his father 20 years, by winning the Daytona 500 in just his 5th attempt.
That's nice.
The legacy continues. Dale Earnhardt Jr. wins the 46th Daytona 500.
Following the death of Dale Earnhardt, NASCAR would work to implement an unprecedented amount of driver safety improvements, most notably the Hans device, safer barrier, and car of tomorrow, to make sure that an accident like Dale Earnhardt's could never happen again.
Incredibly hard impact into the safer barrier.
Look at that safer barrier right there, how it just crushed all that stuff.
Look at that. Goodness. And a wave to the fans.
My goodness.
And to this day, Dale Earnhardt still remains NASCAR's last fatality. Unfortunately, NASCAR's great strides in driver safety may be the only positive news for the sport in the past decade. Attendance, sponsorships, and television ratings have all drastically declined in the past 10 years, leaving the few remaining fans to wonder what exactly drove everyone away. Some people blame the recent mismanagement from Brian France and other NASCAR executives. Some people blame the chase and other gimmicks that have alienated NASCAR's core fan base. Some people blame the lack of interesting or relatable drivers. Some people blame the recession and how it hit NASCAR's core audience the hardest, preventing them from going to races. If you ask me, however, the main reason so many fans stopped watching NASCAR is, ironically, because it got safer. As morbid as it is to say, by removing the inherent risk of racing, NASCAR removed the one thing that separated them from all other sports. Today, NASCAR drivers have never been farther from the snarling jaws of certain death, and the sport has been made far less compelling as a result.
Not sure where Carl's going. Maybe he thinks if he runs across the start-finish line, that'll count.
That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing.
He's like a you know how he is. He's an athlete, a marathon runner. I want to finish the race.
And he did,
yes,
to a standing ovation from the crowd. Shades of Ricky Bobby.
Ever since that fateful day, NASCAR fans have been trying to fill the void that Dale Earnhardt left. There's the driver who carried on his name, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Following his father's passing, he became NASCAR's perennial most popular driver until his retirement in 2017. Although he finished with a respectable 26 career wins, Dale Jr. failed to capture a single championship and could never live up to his father's godlike legacy. There's the driver who carried on his car, Kevin Harvick, who was able to capture at least one championship and his own Daytona 500 victory. A successful career for sure, but not much compared to Earnhardt's. There's the driver who carried on his title as the 7-time champion, Jimmy Johnson, who in 2016 became the third ever driver to accomplish this feat. While he is statistically the best driver since Earnhardt, Johnson never managed to appeal to the fans in the same way, as his relatively bland demeanor failed to capture the hearts and minds of the greater audience. And then there's the driver who carried on Earnhardt's number. After the tragedy, Richard Childress retired the number from active competition for over a decade, but he brought it back in 2014 for the full-time Cup debut of his grandson, Austin Dillon. In 2015, at the finish of the July Daytona race, Dillon would suffer a gruesome-looking accident where his car was launched directly into the catch fence. For a brief moment, every fan watching tensed up in horror after witnessing what they thought was the second fatality in the 3-car at Daytona. Incredibly, Austin Dillon walked away from this with only minor injuries. Some have called him the luckiest driver in NASCAR today, but his luck hasn't contributed to much success on the track. So far, after 5 full-time seasons, Dillon has only 2 wins to his name. One of those wins came in the 2018 Daytona 500, as 20 years after Earnhardt's storybook victory, the 3-car returned to victory lane at Daytona.
And here it comes with the number 3 20 years ago. 20 years of trying for Earnhardt. He won the Daytona 500. Austin Dillon wins the 60th running of the Great American Race.
We're all searching for the next Dale Earnhardt, but we know deep down that he's irreplaceable. Many fans consider Earnhardt the greatest NASCAR driver of all time, possibly because we never got to see him decline. Dale Earnhardt remained one of the best drivers in the sport till the day he died, and even then, he still finished ahead of 30 other drivers. Everyone knows what it's like to be stuck in bumper-to-bumper traffic, and all of us experience the same desire to break free from all the gridlock. Not just from the traffic, but from everything. Responsibilities, labor, authority. Sometimes there's no better feeling than seeing miles of open road in front of you. Dale Earnhardt gave this feeling to millions watching at home, and seeing Dale succeed made them believe they could too. For many, Dale Earnhardt was a real-life hero. But most people will never know his story. Most people only know him as some guy who died. They'll never know about the turmoil, the struggle, the determination, the notoriety, the heartbreak, or the triumph. They'll never care about any of it, because who could care about a bunch of cars going around in circles? NASCAR may never be popular again. Realistically, it probably should have never become popular in the first place. It's just a simple sport where no-name hillbillies gather to watch a bunch of fast cars race each other. But Dale Earnhardt made it mean more than that. And for as long as NASCAR sticks around, stock car racing fans will always remember the man in the black number 3, because there will never ever be another driver like him.
You got plenty of money. Don't need that to keep racing. Is it worth the risk to keep on going?
Sure, to win.
that was a fantastic video. Make sure to go check out Emplemon. Definitely. Amazing creator. I liked him for years. I want to say, go check him out. Go check out the video. Link in the description. And thank you. Well, I think I'm going to call it a night now. I've had a good run. I think it's time for me to call it now. So, now that I've swapped over, I want to wish you all a good evening. And I want you to say, take care.